Alrighty, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Racers Elite Network's Frostbite 500 here at the Talladega Super Speedway. Just tuning in with us, a lot of heat races and contests have been ran here. Missing a name here on the announcers podium here. I wasn't really sure who I was going to be here, but myself and John Piles announcing or producing and announcing Mike Taylor, and I believe Dakota LaRue is going to step in here as well. So we welcome them in, and cameras tonight provided by Whiplash Cameras here at Talladega. A full 2.5 mile, over a little over 2.5 miles, 118-degree track temperature, and ambient air temperature 78 degrees, 68% humidity, partly cloudy weather, and 2-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It'll be quite the race to have here today, and glad to have Dakota and Mike joining me here in the booth tonight. Is going to be quite some racing action here. I believe I'm not exactly sure what the prize pool is on the line here. Advertised at 500 to win, depending on entries. So hopefully, given the fact that they've had all those heat races and everything, I believe it may be full. So it's going to be a great racing action-packed event here for 188 laps in these trucks as they draft around this big speedway and try to put on a great show here. As I believe everybody was working on getting lap times in for their qualifying effort here. So it looks like Matt Lee's 44 Toyota are going to be the fastest on the clock so far. And they've got about 33 seconds left, and I don't see anybody putting any times down. So a great lap time there by Matt Lee. A solo lap time anyway of a 55.004 second lap time.
Yeah, Ron. So we're definitely in for quite a entertaining of an evening. Yes, we do have probably just about $500 on the line, as I do believe we did get just about 80 drivers who registered for this event, and only half of them made it to this 500-mile race. Yes, we are looking at 500 miles here at Talladega Super Speedway in the trucks. Never have I ever seen a full-length NASCAR, cup length in the trucks before. So we are absolutely in for a wild 188 laps here at Talladega. And I am so glad that you were able to join us last second, Ronald. I do appreciate that. And Dakota,
Well.
welcome in as well, buddy.
And I'll talk, stuff on Dakota's toes. And the caveat on that NASCAR field, we're just three trucks shy of a full NASCAR field too.
And I do want to say we actually did have a full 80 people sign up. We had a couple people that did not get into the lobby in time and just instantly took them out of their first opportunity to get in the heat races.
Heck yeah. Well, we'll take a look at our starting grid after the LCQs have ended. So starting in the 40th position is Kinsley Smith in the Driving Extreme Inc.'s number 15. To his inside, Dega Pros Racing number 2 is John Ward starting 39th. Moving up now to row 14. We're back there quite a ways, maybe even further than that. 19 maybe. I think it's 19. So Chicken Coop Racing's number 98, Andrew Teft, was able to step in here after not making it in through a heat race earlier. He had to use the LCQ to get in. Starting 37th is the 48 of Brandon Puffenbarger. 36th, starting in the 76th of Kevin Allen, will start 36th place. Inside of him, Anthony Shore, I guess I say his name, and the 21 will start 35th. Cameron Craighead in the 33 will start 34th in the Virgin Islands. Starting 33rd, Misfits Racing's 88 of Troy Thomas, Nitrous Cowboy, starting 33rd. Moving up now to position 32 in the 32. ZUS Racing's Blair Holloman will start in 32nd. Starting 31st is the 37 of Alan Carter. Moving up to, I believe, I don't even get rows now. Position number 30 is the 99 of Explicit Content Motorsports. Let's make Sean Fry. Inside of him and the HD Motorsports 57 is
Kean Fry.
Kean Fry, thank you. Alrighty. Move up here a little bit. Alright, starting 36th is Kevin Allen in the 76. Alan Short, where did I go to? I lost. Okay, so 29th, Aaron Roth in the 57. Joe Boner in the 53, LNG's Power Sports. 53 will start 28th. Bonner, okay.
Bonner, yeah.
There we go. That's alright. Hiccups. Midwest Motorsports 20 is 27th. Corey, is Crowell or Crowell?
I think it's Crowell.
Gotcha. Starting 26th is the 041 of Dwayne Drummond. I'll find the camera fall around. There we go. Starting 25th, Trash Panda Autosports 16 is Greg Machoni. I think that's right. Kirby Wainscott in the 10 for Chicken Coop Racing starting 24th. Alex Gates in the 67, 23rd. 22nd, Evan Carbon in the 78. 21st, Austin Smith. 20th, Alex Hill in the 77. Starting 19th is Garrett Pick in the 144. Starting 18th, Connor Leach in the 79. Starting 17th, Stephen Luttrell in the 36. Starting 16th is Caleb McKinney in the 66. Starting 15th is Danny Barnes. Starting 14th, Christopher McCullough. In the 13th position, Brandon Sanfilippo in the 12. Starting 12th, Sean English in the 960. Starting 11th is Trevor Aswin. That's the butcher enough. Starting 10th is Joshua Neal in the 82. Nathaniel Dents starting 9th. Steve Sizemore starting 8th. 7th, Kevin McCullough Jr. 6th. Vincent Guerrero in the 14th. Dustin Luxton starts 5th. Joshua McCullough in the 05 starts 4th. James Waring in 3rd. Chase Macerda in the Triple Eights in 2nd. And Matt Lee in the 44, your fastest qualifier for Nightmare. Here's which will bring us to green flag racing in just a few seconds as the field approaches the start finish line. And the green flag is out, and we are underway for the Frostbite 500.
Yeah, what a phenomenal start by the outside line. As we were watching in the heats, they were, doing very well there as well, but the inside line actually getting a good jump as well this time. And it's very important for that because the outside to middle lane here is so important, especially with this new draft package as they're going through 1 and 2 this time.
Yeah, I think we had a driver start from the pits there. That would be the 89 Toyota of Trevor. And he's got a very weird last name, and it's something I would have to ask to have pronounced.
And just to clarify, because I did just get a message saying so, there is no stages for this race. It is 188 laps with no stages.
No stages are one thing, but we all know when you come to Talladega, you expect the inevitable cautions because of the drivers moving around, and iRacing's notorious hit boxes on these trucks, and I'm not sure where the majority of these drivers are actually from. I know they're scattered all over the United States and even from different countries, but we also may encounter some storms that may actually have some net code that force these bad accidents to happen and unfortunate incidents.
It appears we got someone dropping to the apron and going to the back. It looked like the 7 had a really commanding charge coming on that very outside lane as he did send it 3 wide, but he did get blocked by the 05, the 8, and the 44 there, and they will be taking over the top side in the lead here. They were very good in their heat races at working together, but I also know that the Redline Racing Network boys were getting hooked up and doing pretty good as well.
And I just want to point out, Trevor in that number 89 machine, the one that you weren't going to attempt his last name, it should be Oswarner.
Oswarner? Okay.
Yeah,
Oswarner.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got you. Yeah, and Brandon Sanfilippo, that's the number 12 machine as well. I know that was one that you were really, not sure if you wanted to say that correctly or not, but as we see these trucks already going 3 wide here on the back straightaway, this is something that we have been seeing all day long here at Talladega. And man, it is absolutely great to see this kind of racing here at Talladega.
Yeah,
and Ron, real quick, can you check your Discord for me?
Yeah.
Get a moment. Yeah, just if you're able to. If not, that's fine. I was just.
We can try. I've never really tried that before.
All right.
Sorry, I gotta get back on the. I wasn't watching what we went on there. We're good.
Yeah, as you see, everybody now heading up to that top line You know, that's something that we see a lot, you know, especially these very long races in the Cup Series, is that top lane, you know, that's where everybody's going to start making their way towards. It is the longest way around the speedway. However, it is a very, we do got a caution.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there. We'll have to take a moment and go back and try to see if we can get a review on that.
Looks like Key and Fry involved in an incident, potentially.
Man, he had such a rough time in the heats, and I'm sure this is not the way he wanted to start off the feature.
He went off track, so I imagine he was involved in whatever happened here. We'll try and draw it up here real quick.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you there, sir. That definitely makes my life a little easier.
See how it goes. Let's see if I can get notifications about it.
Yeah, as you see, Kean, he just gets turned. I can't tell which truck that is right there, but as you guys can see, you know, he just got turned. And then that, so that's the 66. And then that 32 machine, he had absolutely nowhere to go. And, you know, Kean Fry, if I'm not mistaken, you know, he's from Fast Action Racing League in the first season. And that Dakota, that's actually where I ended up actually meeting you guys.
Yes, sir. If I do believe so, I raced with him a few times. He is a very good driver, along with Dan Atkins, who is not here tonight. But Kean Fried always does a pretty good job. But it looks like the 66 of Caleb McKinney might have came up, gave him just a little bit too much of a bump on the left side of his truck. And with this new draft package, it's just so easy to spin these things around, even with the slightest of a touch.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations, you know, in this new draft package here, and it's definitely frustrating for sure, but you know, we still got a very long way to go. So these three drivers here, these guys will be able to get their trucks fixed, you know, and now they just got to settle down. Remember, you know, we still got, you know, almost a full 500 laps to go, so, or 500 miles to go. So just, you know, sit back, relax, you know, enjoy the show, but you know, you don't need to go all, you know, to the wall yet until, you know, until we're back down into like the last 15 laps.
Yeah, while we're still early in this race, first off, Ron, I'm gonna ask you, since you are producing, who is going to be your pick to win tonight out of the whole field?
That's a cold case question right there. You know, I know Dakota's been in the prelim stages of watching things going down, and I've just kind of been hanging out. And man, I'll tell you, there's a lot of trucks on pit road early for this. It's lap 5, and we're all going to pit road.
Yeah, topping off on fuel is definitely a good call here. I mean, even though it is only, you know, we're only 5 laps into this. But Dakota, you know, just as Ron said, you know, you've been here all day long, you know, watching these heat races and, you know, the LCQ. Who do you have your eyes set on for this race?
I'm gonna take 2 picks here. Just give me 1 minute. Let me go double check and make sure my information is correct here. I gotta find it. So I'm gonna take the winner of Heat 2, Connor, to be my first pick, and then I'm gonna go with Kinsley Smith. That is gonna be my 2 picks, and I mean, they're both very good drivers. You could also throw Kevin Allen in there. I mean, there's just so many good people in here. It's really hard to pick. But I will say Connor did a very good job in heat number 2. Him and his teammates worked very well together to stay in the top 3 to 4 that whole time. They pulled away from the entire field, had almost a 12-second gap all the way back to, I believe, 7th place. So be on the lookout for them to get hooked up and get together. What about you, Mike? Who are you thinking?
Well, for the most part, a lot of these drivers, you know, a lot of these drivers are new for us, you know, except, you know, you have Sizemore in here. You've got San Filippo. We have Joe Bonner, Wayne Scott. You've got Roth. You know, a lot of these guys we see, you know, every Friday night here on Racers Elite Network. You know, and as you said, Kinsley Smith is definitely on my top of the list as well, simply because we know how good Kinsley Smith is at pushing and pulling people around here at Talladega, practically any super speedway. But since you went ahead and you chose Kinsley Smith, which is not a bad choice whatsoever, I'm going to have you guys keep your eye on that number 10 of Kirby Wayne Scott. You give him some time, he'll make his way up towards the front. And, let's keep it inside the league. Stephen Luttrell in that number 36 machine. Always fast every single time we come out. But one non-league member that, I have been keeping my eye on is Vincent Guerrero in that number 14 Chevrolet. I have really good feeling about Guerrero there in that number 14, so you can also keep your eye on him.
Yeah, and before Ron brings us back to green here, I do want to say, like, I know a couple of these guys might be new to y'all, but I have raced with and broadcasted for quite a bit of the people in this lobby. And I will say this is a very stacked field. There's quite a bit of good drivers in here, and I'm not even exaggerating when I say that. Between Racers Elite, I believe a couple of these guys run Thursday Night Thunders. I've seen a couple of these people in MRL and a couple other places. Just downright, hands down, probably one of the best fields I've seen in quite about a while. And it is a very full field, 40 trucks.
Yeah, you're not wrong. There's a lot of trucks here, and I'm gonna take the underdog. I'm gonna take the Nitrous Cowboy. I'm gonna put my vote in for Troy Thomas to pick up the win tonight.
Yeah, Troy is definitely another one that has been itching, to get a race, a win here on the Super Speedway. So, definitely really good pick there for Troy Thomas in that number 88 machine.
Yeah, and I mean, he didn't finish too bad in, I believe it was Heat 1 he was in, but he did finish inside the top 10 in the last chance qualifier to move him up into this race. So he is definitely a good pick. He seems like he's starting to get the new draft figured out, but we are getting ready to go back green as Space Truck pulls off, and whoever wants to call us back to green, by all means.
Yeah, big one. All
right. Looks like that two machine of John Ward is going to be leading us back to the green with Matthew on the outside here, and we are back green flag racing the 2 and the 8 out to a really huge jump here. It looks like the 79 of, I believe that is going to be Connor, one of my picks, making his way up through the field as well. But these drivers are really going to be looking to get in that middle lane, and those two up front have pulled away so much. It is going to be a very bad issue for them if these guys decide to go around them, because they're just going to blow their doors off with the momentum. But they are pushing really hard on that outside lane. I don't know if y'all seen that wiggle out of the 78 machine, I believe it was, but he was giving that 77 the business.
Yeah, definitely. As you see these guys heading up here into turn number 3, your race leaders of Ward and Mistrita, they're hanging out in that middle lane instead of that inside lane, because I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to get those trucks back to the outside, like kind of like what we saw before we went under that last caution. But that's going to take a few laps here, because now they're just going to run side by side since this is a restart, so it's going to take a little bit of time here for them to get back to that outside lane. But you don't give them up, just yet. Just give them some time. I think they'll make their way back up top.
Yeah, there's a lot of time in this race to go. You're good. But yeah, they definitely a lot of momentum and a lot of things. The biggest thing these guys have to remember, and this is the hard part now, is they've raced prelims, they've raced an LCQ, but now they've got a full length race to run. So they've already had to pace themselves already once today. How short is that going to get? How you got to make sure you don't get complacent, knowing that you still got a long way to go. We're 3 wide for the race lead right now. And speaking of patience, where we're at right now.
And I was going to say, throughout the heats and stuff, I've seen the same people in the lead for both of the heats. That 888, the 8, the 79, the 2, they were all battling very hard amongst themselves here. But like you said, we are 3 wide, and I'm sorry I cut you off there, Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys really think about it, we have 10 drivers in this field that just came in from the LCQ. And some of those drivers came from heat number 2. And those races were pretty much ran back to back. So figuring 47 laps each, for their heat race and their LCQs. And now they're turning around and running a 500 mile. Those drivers, I give those guys a major props, as we have issues in the back. We have one car spinning down into the pit road. I'm not sure who that was at the moment.
Alan Carter, maybe? Did he get corrected?
Yeah, I think it
He
was
did.
Alan Carter.
Yeah, Alan Carter. He went for a wild ride into the front, down into the exit of pits there. So we're gonna have to see if he can get his penalty there cleared. But as I was saying, just some of these drivers are getting ready to go from 47 laps to another 47 laps, which is you know a little bit more than half the distance here today, in the main feature. So these guys are going 700 and probably like just about 750 miles, alone on just, going back to back to back. So a couple of these drivers are going to be really,
That was really
exhausted
odd.
when this is all said and done. As you see, one car get way loose and they come down and slam into the front end of that 37 truck. So very unfortunate there for the 37 of Alan Carter.
I know we don't have dodges in iRacing, but that looked like the death wobble. Whoever hit him
Yes.
is what I
Real
saw.
quick, I just want to point out, chat, we got Admin Box says hello. 57 has this. We got 53 to win. Our pick got dumped on the last lap at LCQ while in the top 10. Stephen Luttrell for the win. We got Racers Elite Network coming in here. Tell us who your pick is to win in the chat and let us know what you're thinking.
Excuse me. Yeah, no kidding. It's been a long way. Man, a big push from the 0-5. That is Joshua McCullough giving the business as John Ward was leading, but Matt Lee, your fast qualifier, is still on the outside of the front row after that pit stop and has revisited the front row and hanging on to the race lead in that number 44 Toyota.
Yeah, and I will say that 24's paint scheme keeps making me think the hood's missing off of his truck, but I know it's not the case. I don't know why, but it kind of looks like a motor from this far away. Hell,
It's a 24 truck.
yeah, I believe he's got like a motor painted on his hood. I could be wrong. I might be just blind, but
Are you sure it's the 24? Because I don't see a 24.
Maybe the 14.
the 14. My bad, fellas.
Okay.
I guess I am blind. Holy cow! But we are still 3 wide racing a little ways back. They that 14 is definitely getting real close to that middle lane there, as he is starting to get a little bit of help from the 44 and the 15 coming up his way, and they're going to be trying to mount a charge up here on the outside lane. Might have a few more people jump up to help.
You know, Mike, after he said that number 14 may have a milk crate, a set of the headers, and a carburetor and everything on that milk crate.
By the way, that was Dakota who said all that.
I know.
But yeah, Vincent Guerrero in that 14, he is one of my picks, and right behind him you've got that number 44, 144 of Garrett Pick. He's been pretty decent so far. In that 144 machine, so we definitely got a really good few drivers out here, and right behind them you got Kensley Smith back there as well.
Yeah, and hate to cut you off here, but we are 4 wide and very tight. There's people wiggling. They're all over the place, and I thought we were going to die about 3 times now. As you see people just shooting through the middle. We got one around.
There we go. And it looks like that one going around. Oh, wow, we got a few. That's a bad crash.
And give us moments. We're going to try to rewind and get a better look at what happened here. That looked like a pretty bad wreck there.
Sure did. I heard you say something before the caution flow. Let's see, because there's all kinds of stuff going on here. We're going to pick somebody and we'll go from there. Let's see.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Trying to find a good view here.
Go from that. We'll go to here. That's too far away. There's a holy crap. All right, we need to back this up, Mr. Sorry for the backed up replay here. This is a nasty crash involving multiple drivers, and they are way ahead of that. Let's try and pinpoint this. Let's go with
Looks like
Trevor
either the
Edward.
14 or the 113 would be your best view here.
14. Click Vincent here. Let's see what we got going on here. Need to get away from there. We go. Let's see how that goes. So the 14 and let's see, you got time there. They went out of frame. 113. Yep, those are the two that got involved, and multiple drivers after that, to include the 99, the 57 Aaron Roth, 21 turnaround going backwards of Anthony Shore. A lot of yeah.
Yeah, it looked like the 113 when he came down the track kind of got into the, I believe, 57, which ended up causing the 57 to go back up the track as well as the 113 that caused the 44 to spin out. It looks like Kian got involved in that 99 machine. The 21's around. We got the 53 involved, the 14, possibly the 35 as well, the 20 machine. I mean, it's an absolute parking lot coming up turn 4. Several trucks around in the grass. We got trucks all over the apron, up the track, in the wall. I mean, definition of the big one. So I am hearing a little bit of race chatter and a few people not happy with the incident point amounts. But I mean, end of the day, that's just part of racing. You get in an official race, you only have a certain amount of incident points. And I mean, if you wreck in actual NASCAR, you don't get a fast repair or nothing, so you don't really have to worry about incident points as much.
Right. Got that right.
Whoa! Looks like we got a $10 super chat here. 73 is my boy. He speaks highly of the community, and this is my first race to support him. LG. It looks like Nathaniel got me into the sport, and it's my best friend. Well, we appreciate you there, bud. We got 4 wide racing. It's so early. Let's go Red Line Racing Team. Come on, Bonner. And thanks. I'm glad to finally be able to do something like this. Plus, seeing him race is always great. But we appreciate you there, bud. And hope you're enjoying the broadcast here. And sorry if I keep cutting y'all fellas off. I'm just, kind of in the zone as I've been at this all day today.
No, you're completely fine. But you want to talk, you go right ahead. I'm trying not to.
Don't tell me that. I won't never shut up.
Oh yeah, please don't tell him that. For the love of God. No, I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding.
Hang on. Mike, what size shoe do you wear? Wait for you got the bigger foot.
Oh,
but yeah, definitely a really big, shout out to some nerd. Definitely, I believe that very well could have been our very first super chat. So big love to you, some nerd. We definitely appreciate that. We got a lot of racing left to go here, guys. Yeah, Blair Holloman jumping in 450 miles to go, and we are driving off the hood pins like it's 5 laps to go. I absolutely agree with you there, Blair, but you just keep taking care of your equipment, and let's get that number 32 machine up front, which I know absolutely that you can do. Devil Charger Dakota's on the freaking stretch play. He is absolutely being a beast here today. Absolutely. So big, huge shout out to you, Dakota. I told you to get some experience, but I didn't expect you to get 8 hours in today. You are working a full-time job here today, man. And let me tell you what, if it wasn't for you, a lot of, us would probably end up being flying solo, up in the booth. So definitely want to, give you a big shout out for that. Congratulations on your big feat today, and I'm glad that you are now enjoying being up here in the booth. Chris Chris Weingart, he's pulling for Kian Fryan, that number 99, and he Storm says Kian is my pick, my unofficial teammate for the night.
Hey, I will admit, when I race Kean and Fars, there's a couple times it's hard to keep up with that man. He is very fast on a short run. And sometimes he's able to carry it over to a long run. I can't remember what track it was, but he was absolutely dominant all night. And he got wrecked, I think, with the last restart. And unfortunately, I think I was able to get the win. But it just absolutely dominant performance out of him that night. And he's, moved on to other things, I believe, and he's doing just a very well job for himself, especially tonight. I mean, I think he got involved in something earlier, but he should be back out here and good to go. And we are getting ready to go back green as the pace lights are off on the pace truck. We have re-racked and stacked them, and Mike calls back to the green, bud.
All right, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Garrett Pick, I'm sorry, Matt Lee, Chase Mistretta will bring us back to the restart zone here on the front straightaway, presented by United Rentals. And we are green flag. What a good start there between Matt Lee and Joshua McCullough in that number 05 machine. They both quickly go to the outside where that 888 machine is. Or I'm sorry, yeah, that 888. I believe that was by design, guys, as, there was enough room for them to move up to that middle lane there. And now you have Evan Carlbon in that a 78 machine. He's falling back on that inside lane, but man, look at that outside lane absolutely throttle up as they start to make a lot of headway down here into turn number 3 now. They pulled up, pretty far in front of these guys, but now that inside lane is coming back full throttle on the exit turn 4.
Yeah, and funny enough, after
that middle lane's starting to come alive there too. They're back in the back of that, let's say the front half of the field there. They're trying to make a run up to the center. Try to maybe a little early to try something, but then again, some of these guys have been working together all day. Others maybe trying to find new partners as they've lost to others throughout the course of the heat races.
Yeah, and I was about to say, after Heat 2, I interviewed a couple of people, and I also Heat 1, and they were talking about how they were planning on working together coming to the feature and then trying to settle it, coming in the closing laps. They're hoping to get a decent gap out here. And I already see as we got another wreck on the backstretch. It looks like 4 or 5 cars involved in a round, probably a whole mess in the parking lot there. But as I was saying, they were saying they were planning on working together, and they're still wrecking.
Yeah, Kirby Wayne's got tied up in this one, I believe. Another unfortunate incident here with a long wait, 169 laps to go, and we're looks like hopefully Dustin Logston has a quicker pair left because he's gonna have to use it as he's got a meatball flag on the number 8 or is it number 8 machine. So let's take a look at it from his view. See how all this unfolded. Well, it was a little early. I don't want to get back too far. Looks like he throttled up through that, but it looked like he may have got some damage ahead of time. Yeah, there it is. He got wiped by the 99.
Yeah, I really, I just want to chime in after that last LCQ I did there, and we were having a little bit of a caution fest. Guys, there's several, and I mean several laps. We're going to be here for probably a couple hours. You got plenty of time to work your way through the field, take your time, calm down. There is no need to be this aggressive this early. We're not even but 20 laps into this race, guys, and we've already had, what is this, caution 4?
I believe so. It's they're growing. Unfortunately.
So just calm down, fellas. I know the aggression's high. We've been at this all day. We're in the home stretch. Let's chill out and just cruise for a few laps, and then we can start pushing towards the latter half of this race, and let's just do some great things.
Go back to the yellow flag. Let's see what this looks like. Like the 8 and the 73 got together, and Dollar General happened going into turn 2 or 3. Sorry.
Yeah, a lot of really good trucks taken out here in this one. Unfortunately, that 8 machine had absolutely nowhere to go. The Grinch getting involved in this one here. You see Kesley Smith on that in that number 15 machine. Not sure if he was able to sneak through this or not, but Definitely very unfortunate there, and
That doesn't look
let's
like
try.
it.
Yeah, no, he was involved.
So I do have a little bit of a request right quick.
Sure.
Let me double check and make sure. So earlier in the heat race, Greg McConey had picked up a few like hitchhikers in a sense. You know, he had a couple elves on the back of his car, and I'm kind of curious if they're still there or not. I mean, he said something about he thought he left them at home, but for some reason they followed him or something like that. And it looked like whenever he went down to the pits, they suddenly hopped on his truck. If we can get a look at the back of his truck real quick and see if they're still there, I very much appreciate it.
They are still hanging out.
Well, that is absolutely insane.
Two of them.
Between all the wrecks and the high speeds, they've just been hanging on.
Yeah, be careful. They'll knock the tail off that truck.
Yeah, Greg, I guess I heard your girls are watching, my man. But why are your elves with you, dude? You're supposed to leave them back at home.
Yeah, they're supposed to be at home with, not scaring your kids. They're supposed to be at home doing some magic for your kids, but it looks like they're trying to give you magic on the track here so you can possibly get a win tonight. And hopefully that works out for you, bud. We'll have to tune back in later in the race and see if they're still there. I mean, it's just insane that they've been holding on this long between all the heats and the LCQs and everything.
Yep, they're still hanging on there till that back panel gets off there.
Yeah, you see that one sitting above the wheel as well on the side of the truck. I mean, I think he's got 3 on there.
Maybe there may be another one on the other side. Let's see. You might have more than that on there.
That's a gnome there, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, those are the gnomes on the side.
So I just got word from, who was it? Let me take a look here. I think I just saw something pop up on my screen here. Hang on.
How many cautions will this race have? 10 or less, or 10 or more? Interesting.
Oh, pole, huh? Oh, wow.
Looks like we had 13 votes for more than 10. That is a very interesting turnout for the vote there. Why does my boy got to be turned around? Probably because Denny's is better. Oh, you didn't have to do him like that, man.
So, wow. Okay, guys. So I just got an email from Elfie, which is my elf on the shelf, and he said that he knew about Jingle Bell and the elf in training. So the big one on the back of the truck, his name is Jingle Bell, and then the little one above the number on the back, his name is Elf in Training. And Anna Lynn and Grayson, you need to make sure you talk to your elves tomorrow when your dad gets back from Talladega, because they're not supposed to be on the truck.
Ooh, we might have to punish them a little bit and see what happens. Probably. What is it I used to do? I used to hide mine, and somehow he would always escape. I'd try tying them up. I try putting a camera out and everything. Somehow they always found a way to get around all of it.
Extra labor for the elf.
Insane. Yeah. But we are getting ready to go back green flag. Get back to the race side of things here.
Yeah, it looks like iRacing.com official pace truck's going to pull in, and Trevor Asworth is going to bring us back to the green flag between him and Joe Bonner in the 53 Toyota. We got 4 Toyotas out front as the green flag drops here. We're going to get back to green flag racing. We'll see how many laps we can get here, and looks like the new poll is, can Greg Zelms hold on to his back bumper for 500 miles? That is a tough question.
Did y'all see that? It looked like he just missed a gear or something.
He
almost had a bad incident with the 77.
Yeah, that definitely could have been a thing there. It's not hard to do, or maybe he's different shifting settings in here where you can auto blip. Maybe he's got an auto clutch or something, and it actually had to kind of do like a stall converter. Uh-oh.
It looks like we got another caution now. I'm not sure what happened here, but
Don't see. Oh, we got the 113 around again. It looks of James Waring, and he looks worse for wear. And the 04 is also strolling over there. So between those two, oh, both, and Christopher McCullough with a meatball flag. Wow. Let's see what happened here to bring that about. Oh, the 04s are on back. Oh, and he got, wow, hard impact.
Very hard impact there.
Holy cow, what a hit.
I know we just caught the tail end of that that incident, but man, just what an absolute crazy hit there. So let's take a look here and see what happened to that 04 as they were getting ready to climb up here into turn number 3. So he's down there on the inside of that number 33, and the 33 he came down thinking he was cleared, and he was not. That sent the 04 spinning and right down in front of that 113 machine.
Yeah, I do believe he had a little help getting down there, and I believe John English may have got him loose.
yeah, I'm not sure what happened to the 113. I know I'm talking about a separate little thing here, but he just completely disappeared.
Bang. I believe he might be done for the race. Not sure. He's.
Oh, that's weird. On my side of things, it was he just completely disappeared, and that was it.
Huh. Yeah, he was coming along there. It was just a hard hit.
And Greg's elves hold on to his back bumper for 500 miles. Oh, goodness. Of course they can. Oh, we got another super chat. It looks like Devin here says, I'll let you do that one, Mike. Go ahead.
All right. So, has Wernoth, Ward, Lee, Hill, or any McCullough for the win? If not taken out, also I think I've seen Chase in there as well. Yes. Yeah, we do have Chase Mistrata in here. If I pronounce his last name wrong, I do apologize in advance.
Yeah, and I want to bring out a couple more things. We've got Waffle House. Is he good? It's an ongoing argument between us. He is the Waffle House car. He's running out of spite. At least the back where it says it's better than Denny's. And then we got someone say, punish the elves. We got a Let's Go Bonner again. You got this. They do it nightly, so it's going to be hard to beat. I'm going to say 20 cautions. Of course, we got Racers Elite, which I believe would be Andrew Tiff saying thank you for the super chat. We also got You're Welcome to Watch These Guys Dominate Money Races Nightly, and that's him. So, Ron, what are you thinking of the racing so far, man?
Seems pretty aggressive for as early as it is. Or that was just a lot of, what is it? I mean, it's Saturday night, and I think maybe the spotter's on the wagon a little early, maybe?
I mean, do you want me to be honest or you want me to be brutally honest?
Well, it depends on where you're standing at the racetrack, whether you're in the TV booth or you're standing up there in the spotters nest.
End of the day, we're definitely seeing some very high aggression here very early in this race. We still got a very long ways to go. This is probably going to be a good 3-hour race. I mean, what do y'all guys think? Probably about 3 hours, and that's if we can stop the cautions.
Well, they gotta be
typically
careful.
Yep. So typically these races, at 500 miles, they are usually about 3 to 3.5, hours long. But these guys got to really settle down. I mean, we're only working lap 26, and we've been, live for almost 45 minutes. And that was just getting the last part of qualifying. And then getting these guys set up to go racing. So, give or take, we're working again about 40 minutes of racing now, and These guys are being very super aggressive early on. I mean, at the end of the day, you guys, there's $500 if you win this thing.
And you definitely ain't going to win it by getting ranked out or wrecking out, being hyper aggressive
Exactly.
here. I mean, you only get one fast repair, and after that, I mean, that's it. So definitely a lot of these drivers are going to have to be a lot more calm, because I'm sure a few of them's already had to use that fast repair early in this race.
Yeah, we've seen some meatball flags cleared, and it's taken a few minutes, but usually you get in a wreck here, you're talking some very extensive repair times, and I've seen a few drivers sitting on pit road for some extended times here to get that damage repaired, and they're holding out, waiting for the big ones to kind of ensue to try to keep their trucks in this event.
Yeah, and I have been hearing a lot of aggression over the radios. Whenever I'm not producing, I love to listen into the radio, because sometimes you hear good information, like when people are going to pit and such, and just it seems like we're having a lot of aggression very early in this race, and if it keeps up, I got a feeling we're going to be seeing a little bit more incidents here.
Yeah, it's doesn't look too good with all the crashes that we've had so far, and only about 26 laps completed. As we're looking to go back to green here, Dakota, I believe it's on you this time.
Yes, sir. I'll do my best here. So it looks like the 78 of Evan is going to be leading us back to green. He's going to have Kirby on the outside, and Evan is going to be pushed by Nathaniel. Troy is going to be pushing Kirby here as we are getting ready to go into the restart zone here momentarily. It does take a good minute to get there, as I learned earlier, and I tried to call it like Daytona, but we are back green flag racing. The inside lane 78 off to a very good jump, leaving the 73 in the dust, but the 73 should have a little bit of time to get caught up to him here. It looks like Kirby is not getting a really good push at the moment. Maybe they're trying to plan on letting a couple people get up there on the outside, but I believe that's the 88 machine starting to get a good run coming out of the center of the corner. Going to be pushing Kirby really good here on the middle to outside lane. Kirby's getting a huge run to the 78. He's going to give him a big shove. And we are back 3 wide racing as we got trucks in it down the middle. It looks like the 44 machine of Matthew Lee, who has been doing a phenomenal job in the heat races and such. And he's getting up here to the back of the 78. And we are still 3 wide, tight. And I mean, very tight going into out of 4.
Where the hell did Matt Lee and Joshua McCullough come from? Holy crap, that was absolutely phenomenal. They made a hole that necessarily wasn't there, but now they are running second and third here at Talladega. What an incredible restart for those 2 drivers.
Yeah, a lot of
man, this new
stuff going on.
This new draft package is just insane. I mean, the middle of the hot lines works so good here. It's like the bottom line is just completely obsolete now. So people are going to really have to relearn these trucks and what they need to do to get it done. And I did see a few people able to make the inside line work, but it's just so hard to keep up with the momentum they get off the corner and the corners in the middle and the high line. And we're still 3 wide back here. Probably about 10th on back. It looks like the 76 to 12, and I think that is still the 88 machine 3 wide. Looks like the 89 is going to drop down, 77 dropping down with him as well to get in that middle lane to possibly get around the 2 and such. But it looks like they're going to come down, drop down and block them to keep them from getting too much momentum. And I'm very curious on why a lot of these people are not dropping back, and we're still racing 3 wide here. But they are doing a phenomenal job at holding it at the moment.
I mean, you gotta also think about some of these guys are working together with other teammates, and they may have the ability to help each other stay where they're at. And maybe they're not worried about somebody making that mistake. They're racing and kind of maybe calming down enough that they feel comfortable where they are.
That is a fair point. I believe in Heat 2, we had a lot of 3 wide action for a good portion of that race, up until about the time pits were happening. And then everyone got spread out, and we had a really long green flag row. Oh, big move from the 77 coming up the track in front of the 88, and almost lost it as he got right on the nose of the 88. Looks like the 2 is going to follow him up there, and everyone else ahead as well.
Yeah, these guys out here are still making really big moves. You know, they're not going as crazy as they were just a few laps ago. So, but as of right now, they are. Looks like they're trying to settle themselves down just a little bit and try to get this through.
Yeah, and unfortunately for that 88 and 35, they tried to drop to the bottom to gain a little bit of momentum there. They did have a pretty decent run, but just look at how good that middle line is. As you see the 8 truck surging and charge up the middle, and the inside line is just not able to run as good as they want to be. And ooh, they really got pinched out to the apron there. I thought we was about to have another issue. As you see the 8 getting a little love tap from behind, and that's going to push him up the track as well. And we're back 3 wide racing, just like that.
Those trucks diving out to get a little bit of air, bouncing in and out of the draft. It's not. It's a little crazy. There's, I believe, go there, or Mike, go check the super chat. I believe we have a message there.
All right, first time using super chat technology. Admin Box would like to thank Racers Elite Forest. All the support and do not wear out the yellow flags button. Did pollen make the cut? Oh, that's a good question. Let's go double check just to be sure.
No, unfortunately, I do not believe Polini made the cut to this main event. But definitely a really good try there from Polini for sure. And definitely a big shout out to Admin Box. You know, you guys do a phenomenal job with your button boxes and everything. And I know you're not an official sponsor, etc. No, you are official sponsor. Never mind, wrong league. But yeah, you guys go check out Admin Box. You know, 2 X's at the end. You know, go check them out. They make phenomenal button boxes for almost. You can use their stuff for iRacing and any other, you know, simulator that you can think of out there. So definitely go get a box from them. Phenomenal customer service, great people over at Admin Box. So definitely a big shout out to you guys.
Right, is what it is. I know I believe it's SNN and INRS. They are sponsored by Admin Box, I believe, as well. A lot of them guys run them, and they say they are absolutely phenomenal, and they enjoy it. It helps them quite a bit, as you know, they're able to do a lot more with a lot less space being taken up. But my bestie is in the race. I cannot settle down, so I shan't. And, you know, I would like to apologize for my English. I know I said, I think panini, or whatever the hell, pollen. I said pollen. I don't know why I said pollen. That is definitely not pollen. I might be at a 3rd grade reading level, but I shouldn't be struggling that hard to say Bellini.
Dakota.
I thought that one was pretty good there, but we still got a pretty good battle up here for the lead. It looks like the 8 is taking over the charge on that outside lane. I believe that is, the Triple 8 of Chase. And then we got the 89 machine of Trevor trying to lead that inside line. And now we're starting to get, you know, the middle line falling back here, but that top, what is that, 1, 2, 6 on the top side, drop down to the middle, and that's going to allow for the middle lane just to get a hellacious run here. But as you watch, they come off the exit, they're going to go back to the top. They did this all of Heat Race 2, and what this did was allow them to control both lanes and keep the momentum down just enough to keep them up in the lead. But you see the 2 trucks said, no, I'm not doing that, and drops down to the inside.
That was a dangerous
move.
move.
That's going to pay off in his favor. Yeah, he almost spun himself off the 89's nose. The 89, good heads up drive on the check up there.
Yeah, no kidding. The great awareness by everybody on that bottom lane. That usually leads to catastrophe. Somewhere about 5 to 6 trucks back, it's usually chaotic and chaos when somebody does that in front of a field. Well, whether it's to dive down in front of them or become one of the 2nd or 3rd trucks in line, it usually creates a huge checkup and a mass catastrophe behind them.
Yeah, as of right now, Evan Carlbon in that number 78 machine, you know, last time I said his name, he went spinning down the backstretch. But here he is, you know, about 6-7 laps into this green flag run. Now he's up here leading this race. So good recovery so far for Evan Carlbon in that number 78. And that 888 machine of Chase Mestreda I believe he is actually sponsoring a number 8 on his race truck. But so if I say the 888, that's who I'm actually talking about. But Chase, he's doing a phenomenal job up here. Finally made his way back up here to the second spot, and they are getting one heck of a steam down the back straightaway up on this top side, as they are as the top 5 now have cleared the inside lane.
Yeah, and I want to take a moment to tell chat that the 36 is Stephen Luttrell, not Chris Luttrell, but Stephen Luttrell does a hell of a job at Racers Elite. He's here constantly every week. I get to see him all the time. He's a very good, phenomenal driver.
Are you smarter than a 5th grader?
No, unfortunately. But Ron, how about we give you a little time in the spotlight here? I feel like we've kind of been over talking to you the whole time, and I want you to be able to get, some momentum build up and get going, sir.
I was watching the chat and keeping an eye on things here as far as the racing goes. It's just enjoying the great race that these guys have been putting on, and I've been asking myself the questions. You keep talking about people doing well, and somebody's getting caught up in an incident, and now they're back up front running. And I was like, man, he's gonna have an announcer's curse on this poor gentleman on a night. He's trying to pocket $500. But yeah, man, I mean, I ain't gonna knock it. You're not wrong. I mean, looking at the leader now, Evan Carbon, he's at 78 Chevrolet, started 22nd. Now your race leader is Alex Hill, who was back in 20th. So these guys taking their battle from the middle of the field all the way up to the front now, is even a couple other drivers from further on back now. John Warden, the 2 Toyota, like we said, we highlighted a near miss issue where he about took himself out, but he started back in 37th, no, actually 39th, and is now in 3rd.
So we did get a question, which driver has the best paint scheme tonight? And I'm going to go with that 37 machine running a Grinch paint scheme for Christmas. Very much appreciated, a good Christmas paint scheme there. Let's hear y'all's picks.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to really go through the field real quick and get a good look at some of these paint schemes here. So give me just a couple minutes to actually go through the entire field here as we continue to see some really good racing here.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, Ron, if you got any choices, you go ahead. If not, I'm gonna talk a little more.
I'm impartial to red, white, and blue schemes, but I haven't really seen too many patriotic scheme trucks out there. But if my truck was on the track, that would be where it would be. So color scheme wise, I kind of like the way the number is on the 05 machine of McCullough. So I think I'm gonna pick Joshua McCullough 05 for my pick.
All right, that's definitely not a bad choice there. And yes, there is a lot of 8 cars, but they are completely different numbers. We got a 888, we got an 08, we got a regular number 8, but for some reason the paint scheme is showing up as an 8 car. I'm not quite sure if something happened there, but it's all right. We know who's who, and we're getting it took care of. But I will say, since the last caution, these drivers are doing a phenomenal job. We are still 3 wide racing at the moment, and I mean, not a single issue. We're having a little bit of wobbles and wheels here and there, but overall great racing. It kind of sounded like someone might have gone into the wall a little bit there.
But we're setting new overall best lap times on lap 40. Looks like Blair Holloman posted a 51.939 second draft lap time. So right now he holds the fastest lap time of today's race so far.
And speaking of laps, I'm not quite sure if y'all know or not, but the fuel for these things at 100% is about 41 laps, and that's with no draft. So, I mean, we are starting to come close to the pit window for some people that might not have pit the last few cautions, but I got a feeling the top... there's going to be a lot of people pitting with their team. I'll just leave it that way. Whenever pits do finally decide to open here, we could go for, I'd say about, another 20 laps, as I believe the last caution was on lap 20-something.
Yeah, but some of these drivers never actually came down the pit road then, so some can go a little bit further, some cannot. And I was just skimming through these paint schemes, and I'm going to have to go with that number 48 of Brandon Puffenbarger. He is sponsoring a Lowe's hardware Chevrolet, but he's got Sylvester and Tweety Bird on his car. You can't go wrong with the classics.
We
Looks
got
like
another question in the chat. Has the broadcast team been naughty or nice this year? Of course I'm naughty. What do you mean?
I'll vote for
I'm
that.
always in trouble. Band Sniper Man, he said 6'7". Get him out of here. I was playing.
6'7".
6'7". Maybe if we say it enough, the kids will quit saying it, right?
I think
Yeah,
you're just
right.
saying that because you got tired of all the cautions we had earlier.
How many cautions we have? About 6, 7.
There you go.
We had about 6 or 7 cautions today. Yeah, 6, 7. And talk about 6, 7. You see the 67 of Alex Gates in that Toyota machine. You know, he's currently hanging back there in that 25th spot. But, you know, from what I've seen Friday nights in our Super Speedway series, you know, don't be afraid to count out that 6, 7 machine to make his way back up to the front.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but the guy in second place on the inside lane is blinking really bad. Looks like he's finally back. You can go ahead and continue. I thought we might be getting ready to have an incident there.
Nah, you know, you just wait for Alex Gates in that 67. He'll make his way back up here to the front. And that guy that is blinking, it is Trevor Oswornoth in that number 89 machine.
Yeah, he might end up having to drop to the back if he's not going to stop blinking, as that has really checked up the inside lane, and it is going to end up causing a wreck as people's not going to see him on the track. But he seems fine for right this minute as he finally stopped here. Looking back at the chat, we got 73 has a great paint scheme. I believe it is a Waffle House paint scheme. I could be wrong. And then he says number 10 honestly is the favor on the field. Don't tell the 73. Broadcast sounds good. Great racing so far. High line flying. And I got it. That's why I voted naughty, because of you, Dakota. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
I voted on that too.
I guess my friends are starting to get in here, so I'm about to get bullied for being tongue twisted and not being able to pronounce names right.
Oh yeah, it's you know, how do they call that? Friends of the family.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
tough love.
Yeah. So not to mean to cut you guys off, but like, you know, I picked up broadcasting for a league, you know, that takes place, you know, over in the UK, and you know, people are from Australia, and you know, you want to talk about like screwing up some names. I had to go 6 weeks trying to figure out some of these drivers' names, and I still never actually figured them out.
Well, that's
So at that point, he was fired. No, I'm just playing.
And now he works for Racers Elite Network.
Yeah, I absolutely love the Racers Elite Network.
They
do very good things here. They're always putting on big events. They're always having great races to broadcast throughout the week. And I mean, Andrew Teth, I appreciate you letting me step up here in the booth and taking on, I feel like, a decently bigger role than I normally do today. So again, shout out to Andrew and thank you for that. But it looks like, you know, things are getting settled out for the most part. We still have a little bit of three-wide action, but most of these drivers seem like they're calmed down and probably getting ready for the pit cycle, if I had to imagine.
Yeah, we thank Andrew for having us on board and allowing us to do this and bringing us, you know, trusting us to do this for him as well. It's a big trust, and it's a lot for him to do what he does to make all this happen as well. So we appreciate him and the Pottles for helping keep these races fair and unjust as we roll through these long events that are, you know, somebody's going to get paid at the end of this race, not just drivers alone, but the staff and the team that makes all this happen.
Yeah, and just to do a little bit more plugging here, you know, Racers Elite, they race the next gen, they race trucks, I believe they got an Xfinity series,
Yep.
They also got the Full Send Fridays. I mean, he's coming back with bangers, back to back to back to back. All these events, we just ran the Snowball Derby the other day. Wonderful race to broadcast. Enjoyed every minute of it. It was a great time. 300 laps, minimal cautions, some great driving between all them guys. Super Speedway Series, I get to broadcast. Always a great time. Good, clean racing for the most part. I mean, we went flag to flag on 100% races at Daytona. So,
yeah,
you really can't count this league out.
No,
Oh yeah, definitely.
A lot of great talent here. from the drivers in the seats. I mean, yeah, sure, people get aggravated and mad. It's racing. You sit there for hours on end to lead a race and maybe wiped out at the end. It, it's all part of it. It's the experience. And these guys get upset over what's happening in the simulator. Yeah, I understand the simulator, but it's just the same aggression, and it all follows through like what happens at the real track.
Oh,
Listen,
absolutely.
I'm gonna say one more thing, and I'm gonna let Mike talk because I keep cutting him off here. I am a semi-professional race car driver. Don't you dare say this is just a sim, son. Semi-professional race car driver. If you ain't first, you're last, baby.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, this is the closest, I've done some spectator racing over at New Smyrna Speedway, in my personal car, but I mean that's as close to racing action as I've ever got into, simply because I can't afford to go out wreck a car, then bring it back the next week all fixed up, make it look it all pretty. So this is the closest thing I get to enjoying what people get to do, every single weekend. And you know I take this racing stuff, semi-serious, to be, if I'm going to be honest, because this is racing to me. And just like in the real world, tempers, they flare. They flare a little more than they should, because again, it is just a simulator. But that's just racing in general. So I mean, just having a good time, and just doing what we do here, up here in the booth, because of my health issues, I'm up here in the booth now. I'd rather be out there racing, but my knee is all screwed up, my braking knee, so that's not going to do me any good. So I've really had to limit myself racing. So starting up broadcasting, and then Tim Burns dragging me over here to Racers Elite when Andrew was looking for somebody. God, I'm over here more than I am over on my own channel, because the racing here is just absolutely phenomenal, and I love it.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very good point. I mean, you brought me into the broadcasting world, so did Matt Mettler. I mean, Matt Mettler I believe, gave me my first solo broadcast, which I probably butchered a little bit, but I was still in the learning process, and now here we are with this big event, and I feel like it's going absolutely wonderful fun.
Oh yeah, the Wi-Fi Hustler was my co-partner for a while, and now I've inherited Mike after I guess I should say a move and a resettlement. Got to change locations and get everything situated, and I'm glad to be back here. It looks like the 3060 Stephen Latrell, they're maybe looking at a pit stop right now. Nope.
He very well could have just gotten kind of shoved to the side there, unfortunately. As you see him riding around that apron there here in the tri-oval, somebody's going to have to let him get back up here, getting up into the banking, because if not, then, it could end in catastrophe. But Stephen Latrell back up onto the racetrack, so he may be all the way back here at the moment, but you guys just hold on tight, because he's going to make his way back towards the front.
And yeah, while we've been talking, it looks like the 77, I believe, is taking over the lead. That's going to be Sean Hill. Josh is following very close behind in that 05 machine. And it looks like the inside line is starting to make a little bit of a surge here. People possibly dropping down, as it is getting very close to the pit window. And probably just trying to get down and ready so they can go into pits. And, I do agree that was a very classy move by Steve to just stay on the apron as he was getting ready to go a lap down. He decided just to get out of everybody's way and let him around there.
Hey guys, polls in. We are 21% nice, 79% naughty.
Well, that's absolutely.
Well, I guess that's me. I'm the nice one here, okay?
If I remember earlier or yesterday, you were having a whole connection fit and saying some very mean words. It wasn't your fault, but you were having a little bit of a situation, and you just absolutely lost it for a moment.
See, what you didn't know was Mike's Tourette's were acting up.
Yeah, so for a couple weeks now, maybe about a month, I've been having OBS just force close on me out of the blue. And somebody was like, OBS is having issues with the 25H2 Windows update, and so I reverted back to the 24H2, and it still closed out on me last night. And I got up this morning to do some more digging, and one of my good buddies over at Epic Fails Motorsports, one of the teams I raced for, he was like, does anything show up in your event viewer? Well, that's a good question. So I look, and I found out today that my main hard drive is failing. So what's happening is when I start to stream for these events, it pretty much, the stream hits a dead end and goes, well, I guess I can't go anywhere from here, and just shuts off. So my hard drive is dying, so now I got to go out and find a way to buy a new hard drive so I can keep doing what I do here for Racers Elite over on my channel, because I don't want to stop. I love doing this, guys.
Well, we're here, and we will continue to drive ahead as much as we can until we can get everything situated.
Yeah, I think so. Not to cut y'all off, but to get back to the racing action, I mean, we've been 2 by 2 for quite a bit. A lot of the cars are single filed out on the bottom at the moment, and it's a very clean racing. These guys finally calmed down for the most part and just kind of in cruise control at the moment. And it looks like we've had a connection loss. Mark B. person, I believe. And it looks like they are getting ready to start pitting here very soon, as we are on lap 56, and that fuel window is going to be opening anytime here, as a few of these drivers haven't pit since, like, I believe lap 15 or so.
So we've got to
we've already seen we've already seen about 8 drivers already come down pit road.
I'll see some more coming. There's 2 more right there, Aaron Roth and Kinsley Smith in the Napa sponsored 15, 2 of those as well. So pit road is getting busy, and it's about to get even busier. I think the whole pack's about to come in right here.
Oh, here they come. Yep, here they come. About 15 cars coming down this time. Woe it down, baby. Woe it down, as you see. Oh, contact. Okay, everybody made it through.
Unfortunately for the 21, he didn't pit, and I think that's going to leave him as a sitting duck, as the 44 is coming up on him fast. But it looks like he opts to stay behind him here, as we still are watching people coming. Oh.
You're good.
Yeah, we still are watching the battle on pit road here.
I was bouncing. I went wide because of that incident to see what was going on.
No, you're good.
But 44 opts to stay behind the 21. I really thought they were just going to go flying around him, as they had a really big momentum difference between the two, but they were able to get it loaded up, and it looks like we're about to have some more takers to pits this time. I believe 37, Stephen Luttrell, Joseph Bonner is coming down. The 21 is coming down as well. And holy cow, the 44 sending it in hard.
Woe it down, guys. Woe it down. The 44 is off.
We didn't see that coming, did we?
Oh, he disconnected.
Oh.
All right then.
I can't. I'm sorry, Garrett. You don't do that, my dude. Come on. Take it like a man. Hey, we still got a long way to go, Garrett. You could have had a chance to come back.
Right.
But as we see, a couple people have actually ended up needing to jump to the pits here. Blair Holloman, he ended up jumping to the pits. Dustin Longston, he jumped to the pits. So I'm assuming they overshot their pit stall or something, and they had to go ahead and tow back to their pit stall. So very unfortunate there for some of these drivers. But everybody, got through without a black flag. So, good big kudos for all these drivers getting down pit road, down the speed, and leaving such a beautiful, exit there. Really good job, guys. Congratulations.
I mean, it is possible here. It did hit the incident limit, as we were having a lot of issues early, and him getting that off track right there might have just been the icing on the cake, and he just decided to go ahead and leave as he was about to get DQ'd anyways.
Or
so, let's just not assume
Does anybody know if there's an incident point limit for this race?
Yes, there
Um,
is.
He may have that off track may have put him in his pits.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think he might have, I mean, been involved in some of these early incidents, you know, and it's easy to rack up 4Xs, especially whenever you're pushing hard and you're getting involved in wrecks and all that, and all it takes is just him running into the grass like that. And
A 4X,
Yeah.
out you go.
But look who's leading this, I believe, second pack back here in the 12th place, being powered by the...
The incident limit is 25 tonight. So I mean, if he took a couple 8X
Yeah.
shot hits, I mean that don't take long.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And unfortunately, with the way iRacing is, you know, if you get bumped from behind, you know, get a 0X, and then the person that hit you from behind, they get taken out and get a 4X, you're automatically hit with 4X as well.
Gotcha. That's
Yeah, and
they should change the hitbox a little bit for super speedways like this, where you probably get your nose at least into the what do they call it? I'm trying to think of the name of the bar on the back of the trucks, the anti-roll bar or something there in the back, torsion bars.
Yeah, I know that, you know, this is definitely one of the most talked about things, you know, with iRacing here.
so real quick, I just want to cut y'all off and say the 16, you know, having the elves on the back of his truck was getting the absolute business, and them elves were probably screaming for help as they were being squished, and it did get him to the point that he was loose, and he decided to drop to the back of this little pack back here.
Operation Save
yeah.
the Elves.
Yeah, that's what I was, pretty much what I was about to say is, well, you know, he's got to save his elves.
But they were absolutely getting the business there for a moment.
Holy crap! What was that? I don't know what that camera angle was, but I went to it and it just seemed like that line of trucks went by so fast it was screaming.
So after pit stops, it looks like Sean Hill's going to be taking over a lead in that 77 machine. You're going to have Matthew Lee back up towards the front. Connor, also, all these guys working together, I believe. I was told after T2, it looks like Joshua's doing a pretty good job sitting in that P4 spot. We got Cameron P5, Trevor P6, Evan P7, Kenneth P8, Danny P9, and Troy's going to round your top 10 here.
Yeah, Troy Thomas in that 88, you know, he's moved up 23 spots since we went green flag racing. And, you know, Ron, that was your pick, you know, to for Troy Thomas here today in that 88 machine. So seeing him come all the way up here, top 10 so far, you know, he's doing one hell of a drive so far.
Yeah, I used to be a Jimmy Johnson fan as a kid, and went from Jeff Gordon to Jimmy Johnson. When my dad liked Jimmy Johnson, I was like, we can't be liking the same drivers in the same household. It ain't like that. And where I'm going with this is now he's driving the 88. I went to Dale Earnhardt Jr. after that.
Yeah, so I'm looking at chat right now, and Devin Rhea says, you know, the top 6 currently are normal money races. So that means your top 6 currently are guys that look for these money races and run them. And apparently they're pretty good, because here they are, you know, because they're running top 6 at the moment. So it's awesome.
I believe I've seen a few of these guys in MRL. I could be wrong. It's Money Racing League. They put on events all the time as well with some big fields.
You know, and with this event, you know, the buy-in, I believe, was what, $20, I think, to buy in. Let me double check that real quick.
So I've been part of my fair share of some money racing events. And, I usually go on the dirt side of things, but dirt cars thing was my favorite that I did as far as something I've done here.
Yeah, so it's a $20 buy-in to this race, and again, to win it's $500. I mean, if you can maximize your profits by coming out here winning, at this racetrack, and you
I'm not sure if I lost connection
Nope.
or.
We're good, Mike. I mean, out. I'm not getting any issues on my end.
oh, Dakota got a copy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. It's kind of like my computer just decided to take a dump on me for a moment there.
Yeah, your computer said that you have been up in the booth too long. You need to go take a break or
computer
something.
said it's tired of digging all these holes, Grandpa, and I said that's too damn bad. All right, back to the racing action. It looks like the top 11 or 12 single file out for the most part up here for the lead. I need to get this pulled back up so I can see from your point of view as well here.
Little toasted cupcake, absolutely not. This is
What?
Talladega. You have our normal guys could still end up winning this race.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's not.
You know-
there's no counting. Like, if you're counting cards, you can't count cards at Talladega. It's just
No.
not happening.
I mean, there could be a caution with 3 to go. The whole entire top 20 get ricked out with 1 to go, and someone all the way in 30th position wins the race. I mean, you absolutely never know. It could come down to fuel. It could come down to just straight up strategy here. I mean, right now it looks like the top 6 to 11 here had the best strategies, and I mean, there's still plenty of chance of other people catching up to them here. It's a very, very long race.
All it takes to win this race is to start on the tail, get in Discord, go through every channel, and you'll free beer at the beer garden in the infield, and drive to victory lane.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking through the top 10 at the moment. So Troy Thomas, he's our only normal driver up here, in the top 10 that races, almost every single night here at Racers Elite. And then you've got Kevin Allen in that 76. He's back in that 15th. Steve Sizemore back in 17th. Alex Gateson's in 20th. Joe Bonner, San Filippo. All these guys are kind of currently in the back of the back. And then everybody else is one or more laps down, unfortunately. But again, Cupcake, don't give your hope up because we still got a long way to go.
Yeah, I don't even think we're not even halfway in this race yet. There's still plenty of time for things to change very quickly.
Yeah, it's 67 laps complete, 121 to go. Yeah,
6, 7.
yeah. We hit the man, wait a minute, did you plan this?
It's addicting. I can't help it.
I know it's. I mean, even the
Yeah,
basketball
just the other
players
day
are
he yelled
doing
at
it.
me for saying it.
Did they?
Mike yelled at me for saying 6-7 the other day, saying, I don't want to hear that.
I don't mind
Don't
it.
do it.
6-7 may be their thing, but I mean, you know what those when we were growing up.
Hold on a second. I got y'all. Y'all ready? You might want to go ahead and get your headsets ready. Cut them down here. I just got to find it real quick. And
6-7.
Alright.
Oh,
that
Jesus.
was well. I mean, Dakota's growing up in a different area, so.
That is true.
I grew up with the Waterloo and stuff like that.
And that was still. Mike, we're not dating ourselves on this.
I mean, I grew up, let's see, watching westerns and all that and some other stuff. I mean, I'd say I got a little bit of knowledge. I just don't
That's what we Toys R Us kid.
There's some tapping or something coming through. Maybe a keyboard.
It probably is.
That might be me. I apologize. I have been texting people while we have been doing this at the same time.
I don't think it's you, Dakota.
Oh, I heard we got trouble from the 888 here. Let's see if I can get on board real quick and check and see what happened.
Oh, Christopher McCullough, we might have a caution coming, guys. There's a wreck on the backstretch, and the self-cleaning racetrack is not allowing the caution to fly. The 04 has towed the pit road, and I believe his race is done. Christopher McCullough having issues.
Why
Still
am I
under
not
green
seeing the
flag.
04? There he is.
He was in the outside wall.
Oh, well, he disconnected, so he's packed it up on the hauler, and that is going to be his race for the day.
He did.
Let's go back to chat.
He did crash hard there. He went off the back of the 80. I think I don't know.
Mechanical issue with his wheel. I'm assuming it probably disconnected, because that's exactly what that looked like. Can we get a onboard view of that?
Oh, now you're asking for specialties. I don't know. We're gonna try.
I don't know, man. I just get paid to turn left. I don't know what the heck I'm doing.
Play with
All right, here.
So as you guys see here, here he's just right behind Thompson. All of a sudden,
oh yeah, his wheel disconnected.
Yeah,
that was straight. Tough break.
That's just very unfortunate luck, but he was doing pretty decent, just a lot of these drivers have been overcoming adversity all day. There's been them getting involved in wrecks, just some bad pit calls, getting into the pits, getting black flags and stuff, and still been able to make it into this race. And they're not giving up.
Yeah, I think these guys finally heeded our shout out to, go green flag, because, we've gone green and did a pit cycle, and here we are. Single file guys. That's the only reason why I said it. They're not running side by side. So, these guys are doing a phenomenal job now that they got all their aggressiveness out. They need to still got a little bit over a little over 100 laps to go here tonight. So as you see the field coming out of turn number 4, such a beautiful shot there. So big W.
As well.
Yeah, big W there for Whiplash Sim Cams.
And these drivers having a little bit of obstacles. 8 is on the bottom and the 57 and 15 is on the top. And it looks like the 33 decided, you know what, I'm just going to pick up the 8 and not try to go in the middle 3 wide here. As they are doing a really phenomenal job keeping it single file. I mean, for the most part, it is allowing them, the top 27 to pull away from the rest of the field here. I believe 19th all the way up to 1st is grouped up at the moment, and then we got a second pack of 20th to 29th, or 27th at the moment.
Yeah, leaders working lap traffic there. Aaron Roth and Kenzie Smith one lap down. A couple laps down here, it appears, as well as McCullough, I believe, may have decided it was out. Let's see, yep, McCullough's done. Garrett Pickens tonight is done. So tough break for those guys, and we appreciate them coming out and trying to adverse the field for $500. And unfortunately, today's not their day to get paid.
Man, I just realized how long I've been sitting in this chair and my back started hurting.
I suppose you ain't got up and take a walk through the pits yet.
Yeah, I might have to go take a walk to the pits here shortly, but we're just going to keep on grinding it out for now. Looks like we're starting to see a little bit of movement out there at the front pack here. It looks like the 8 and can't tell who that is. The 89 starting to make a move on the outside, potentially trying to get up here to run in the front, tired of being in the back. Or it might just be a call to get them up there to help some others save a little bit of fuel, as I believe the leader has been out front for quite a bit, and he might be trying to get a few extra laps in so he can stay on the same pit cycle as everyone he's been working with here recently.
I don't know. I'm gonna guess that little No 106 on in the chat is our Christopher McCullough said that his screen froze.
Yeah, it probably would be him, but I do believe the 77 trying to get the 8 and the 89 in front of him, as they have been, middle of this single file pack, just so he can save a little bit of fuel here. It would be my guess. I say that, but he's absolutely giving them the business right now, as he was doing a three-man tandem, three-man push as it's called, and they are heading into turn 1 and 2. That did allow for the 8 and the 89 to get out to quite a bit of a lead over him, so he is going to be able to take it easy if he chooses to do so. But he is coming in with a huge head of steam coming out of 2 and still giving them the business. So he's definitely not saving anything at all here.
Yeah, there's a lot of business to be had and yet to be dealt throughout the course of this race. With 113 laps remaining, we are 75 laps in the books, and we have 3 separate groups of cars on the racetrack. I should say trucks. That is, we could say race cars, and these are race trucks. It's quite interesting. And to be honest, I've always preferred the trucks when it came to getting in a race with iRacing throughout the years here. I've been part of iRacing since 2012. So I've been around quite a good bit, but I know there's drivers that have been out here a lot longer than I have, and they are well versed in what they've got. So it's been quite a different take on things throughout the course of the years, watching the sim come to where we're at now, as these guys compete in a massive field. Okay.
I do gotta agree with you there. Like, the trucks makes for some of the best racing. I mean, the A car is like driving a brick. The B car is like driving a brick, but it gets loose. You come into these things, and there's a lot of tracks where you can really dog these things. I mean, I'm not saying they're super easy to drive, but they are relatively easy to drive, and it makes for some very good racing at a lot of tracks. But this new draft package, I think it's going to throw a little bit of a wrench in that, especially when we get to tracks like Texas, Vegas, and others like that, and we get side-by-side racing. I think it's going to be a lot looser and a little bit harder to handle for these drivers now.
Yeah, I just want to throw out there, I joined iRacing back in 2010. So, it was just shy of iRacing's 3rd year anniversary of coming out, and just from what it was back when I joined, before, the global Mazda that we have now was the MX-5 and the MX-5 Roadster, the right-handed MX-5. Okay, we had the Pontiac Solstice as your rookie car. The mini stocks, the street stocks didn't even exist. So, so our rookie car was the Legends, as we see a big movement up front here with the 77. So I've watched the UI change. I've watched cars come and go. I've driven a lot of different cars. I've seen tracks come. I've seen things change. Just a lot has changed, in the 15 years I've been here on iRacing. It's come a very long way, and one vehicle that really hasn't changed too terribly much throughout the years is absolutely these trucks. But it's because of the way these trucks are designed in general. They are so well, you can drive it 2 different ways and still have the same performance. You can drive really aggressively, drive it loose, or you can slow it down a little bit and it becomes a little bit tighter, throughout the run. So, I mean, these trucks, they're phenomenal drive. I love driving these trucks. You ask me what series I would, give me the truck any day of the week. And these trucks are an absolute blast to run on road courses as well.
Yeah, but to get back to the racing side of things, we had a little bit of 3-wide action there for a minute, but it seems like they've gotten double filed out for the most part. But they must have heard your complaints talking about them being single filed out, because they are absolutely side by side now. And it looks like, who is that? John Hill back to the point, trying to block both lanes here. It looks like the 89 is going to drop to the inside, and Sean's going to stay in the middle here, as he should have a relatively good push and be able to come off the exit pretty good. 89 is going to come up and make a little bit of contact with the 77.
Yeah, they're just trying to get some advertisement time there, get their sponsors out there and show a little sponsorship appreciation as they trying to get their trucks in the spotlight. Little do they know that one of the things that I try to do, I try to put the spotlight on everybody throughout the whole field. If I can't if we don't talk about somebody, I at least have got them in a picture of a shot somewhere. Um, like especially those wide camera views that you guys were talking about earlier. I don't like to focus on just the front of the field. I may not talk about anybody in the back or anybody further back, but I like to be able to show everything that's going on.
While we're here, just riding around at the moment, I'm not gonna spoil anything for anybody that's, gonna turn around and watch Saturday Night Main Event for WWE. John Cena's last matches tonight, and thank you, John, for giving us many, many years of excitement, of your entertainment throughout the years, and congratulations on your big stuff with Make-A-Wish Foundation and everything like that. So congratulations, John, on everything. One hell of a WWE career, and just want to give out a big thank you.
And just to clarify, I did get asked, or the chat asked, how many laps has it been since the last pit stop. I don't have the software up to see the exact amount of laps, but I do believe they pit around lap 50 or a little bit later, so they should be able to go till about lap 90 something.
Let's see here. See if we can get a graphic up here that says. There we go. A little bit there, 25 and lap 56. So it's been 30. We're on lap 82 now, so they came in 56. It's been a good bit. It's about due. They're getting close to having to come in. I would say the next 5 or 6 laps. We'll see some more pit stops, whether they're a green flag or a caution-driven pit stop will be determined here coming up. And for those of you that may be just tuning in, I want to remind you and thank you for tuning in to Racers Elite Network's Frostbite 500.
Yeah, and I just noticed Kingsley Smith's leading a little bit of charge on that outside, but unfortunately he is 3 laps down, so he is trying to get up here to the point to get one of his laps back. Looks like that 8 machine has taken over the lead. That's going to be Dustin Loxton as well, I believe. 36 machine up there. Should be... Wow, my brain just absolutely blanked and I lost my train of thought there. I apologize. Stephen Luttrell at 36 machine, I believe, also scored a lap down. Or getting ready to be put a lap down.
Just a little bit of fatigue setting in there, I believe, maybe.
Yeah, I'm used to having SDK, and I will say having to go back in here after being so used to SDK is making things a lot more rough. So I might just go take care of that real quick and get that fixed in a moment. But I am waiting for the next set of pit stops here.
Excuse me. Yeah, let's take it over a little bit of as the Racers Elite Network says, can we have another set on the green flag pit stops? I believe we can. It's we're not far enough into the run for it to go too crazy, but it could potentially be that way. We'll see here.
You know, I will say SDK does have issues every now and again, but it definitely makes this job a lot easier to do, as you're able to kind of see where everyone's at. You can see when they're a lap down and all that good stuff. One of the best broadcasting tools you can get. It really makes your life a lot easier, especially whenever you learn how to finally set it up and all that, which I'm still in the process of doing, but it's definitely getting a lot better.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. The only thing, see, like, I don't know whose software it was earlier. They had a rolling, like an animated starting grid that I saw kind of roll through, and that's something that I haven't sat down and figured out.
Yeah, that is Christopher Hill. He is absolutely a phenomenal producer. He's done some very big races, and when I say big races, I mean like Coke Series qualifying races and such. And he's just got a lot of practice with it. Definitely a great person to ask if you ever need any advice. Mike does some pretty good stuff as well. He's talked to the owner and of SDK and got some advice from him as well if you ever need anything.
Yeah, that starting grid they had up here earlier, I'd love to get a hold of. I need to figure out how to get that done. That's a piece of. Oh, we got a spin coming to pit road.
Ooh, was that Kenzie Smith? No, it was not.
It was a yellow colored truck. I believe they got it corrected, but I don't know exactly who that was.
I believe that is the 21 machine of Anthony. Yeah, getting completely like he did more than. Oh, he had a little bit of help. He was coming down to the pits, and it looks like the 113 got into the rear of him as he was trying to get out from around the 08. And it's just going to send him down to the pits. And luckily, I think he was able to get it slowed down in time not to get a black flag there.
Well, that was a wild slide.
And it looks like the 8 machine of Dustin's going to be taking over the lead here. We're going to have the 88 Troy Thomas behind him and Sean English in that 960 machine, who have still yet to pit, I believe. I finally got my SDK took care of and pulled up, so I'm able to see a lot more information now. That's going to make this a lot easier. Also, Mike has stepped away for a moment to take care of something, so it's just me and you up here, Ron.
10-4. I just saw an in-pit report. The 33 machine missed his box and did a donut in pit road. That's Cameron Craighead. And you can see the marks on pit road where he done his burnout to get back into his box. I backed it up there real quick. It's pretty phenomenal because I think he actually did his donut and stopped in his box. That was pretty.
He just
awesome.
wanted to show off a little bit.
He was definitely doing that. Well, he got turned around going into his box.
Yeah, and it looks like our top 3 are going into pits this time. It's going to be Dustin, Troy, and Sean. So, as of right now, I think this is going to give the lead over to Alex Hill, I believe, in that 77 machine.
It appears to be. Interesting stuff on pit road during this green flag stop.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of things changed here, but we are going to see that 888 machine start making his way around a couple drivers here, trying to get back up to the front. The 77 of Alex Hill getting back to the point. And I believe that 888 might be a lap down. Might have just got his lap back, actually.
Let's see. He is being scored as the race leader.
Oh, interesting. That is not at all what's telling me.
Nope, I got Logs. Okay, the 888. Okay, Chase Mastrona, he did, I believe he did his lap back.
All right. He's definitely going to be praying for a caution here. And it looks like the 3 that just came into pits recently going to be able to get out and catch this lead pack here just in time. But the 77 is going to be all for the 888 being ahead of him here, as that's going to allow for him to save a little more fuel and not have to be the leader. You see the 77 and the 89 giving the 8 the business end of the front bumper here as they're going through 3 and 4. That is allowing the 44 and the 79 behind them to kind of just relax for the moment. And this, field's still single file up for the most part. We still got quite a ways to go. We're working almost halfway, about 4 more laps before halfway. And these drivers doing a phenomenal job up here. Trying to look back here. It looks like there's a pack behind them being led by the 8 of Dustin, Sean pushing the 960. It's just a 4-truck pack trying to get caught up to 9th place up at the moment.
Yeah, it's a pretty good battle. We got a lot of adversity between manufacturers right now during this race. We have a Chevy and 2 Toyotas leading the field. 3 Chevys and another Toyota. Another Chevy. Our first Ford is actually in 9th place. I don't believe we have a lot of Fords in here, but if we do, it's a slim pick, and there might be a handful. Wow, Chevy and Toyota dominant field.
Very surprising. I know people really kind of give Ford a bunch of crap and all that, but if you think about it here, there is a lot of things where, like super speedway wise, Fords are very dominant, especially in the Cup car. I believe the trucks are uh, pretty decent as well in the super speedways in the Fords. So I'm very surprised more people don't pick them.
Yeah, they definitely dominate a lot. I dirt come from a dirt racing background, and it's kind of interesting because everybody's really heavy, Chevy heavy on a lot of parts, and there's also you got your hardcore motor car guys, and the Ford engines are actually a little bit more expensive than the Chevy engines, and it may come down to reliability and durability.
Well, I mean, look at the new Coyote motor. You can literally get almost 900 to 1,000 horsepower out of that motor on a stock block. No issues. I believe all you gotta do is get like a Whipple supercharger, put it on the thing, and it's basically good to go. I mean, you can tune it back just a little bit and have a good 700-800 horsepower and not really worry about too much.
Sounds like a downpour to a disaster.
It works surprisingly well, especially in them trucks, the newer trucks with the Coyotes in them. I don't know what it is. Them things are just very good with a small amount of boost.
Yeah, that's the world relying on superchargers and turbos right there.
But I am from I would say, Ford capital county of North Carolina, and everyone around here has a Fox body Mustang they take to the drag strip. I get absolutely sick of seeing the Fox body Mustangs, but dang, are they fast at the drag strip, man. Absolutely dominant. And one of the fastest, what am I thinking of? No prep racers from North Carolina actually drives the Fox body. It's all black, has a wing built in onto the suspension, and he's been on 1320 multiple times and a couple other things. I mean, dude is absolutely phenomenal when it comes to that. But back on the NASCAR side of things right now, we're still kind of single filed out for the most part and relaxing.
Yeah, everybody's kind of hanging out and picking their battles wisely at this point in time. And I was going to ask you, being from North Carolina, does the name Wesley Outland ring a bell, Dakota?
Wesley Outland. I'm not 100% sure. I don't care if people know where I'm from. I'm from Wilkes. All right, I'm not about 30 minutes from Wilkesboro Speedway.
I got you. He's just a good old boy from North Carolina and does a good bit of announcing for. He was doing some stuff on Flow. He did some other stuff. He did the Fast Track Racing series for a little bit.
That is fair. I do know there was a guy I worked with a while back whenever I did try doing a little bit of broadcasting on Heat 5, and he was an actual, broadcaster, and I can't remember his name, but he was a really chill dude, and he had the smoothest voice, one of the smoothest voices I've ever heard for broadcasting. He was very good at his job. He went to school for, certain things to help with broadcasting and all sorts of stuff, and from what I heard, he moved on up and started getting bigger and better jobs and just was not able to at the time it was Heat 5 we were broadcasting, and he had to step away and start taking care of more of his jobs.
Gotcha. So I was looking here, I don't know what Anthony Shore got a black flag for, but it has been cleared. I believe he served a penalty. Looking to see if he came back down pit road after that. Yeah, it just showed he cleared it. Yeah. Got a hold, 17-second hold there on pit road, I believe.
Yeah, it might have been caught speeding or something with the pit exit or pit entry there, unfortunately, and that's just going to be very hard for him to overcome, as we've been having a really long green flag run here. And I will say we are finally over halfway. We've been over halfway for about 2 or 3 laps now, but just absolute, this race started off a little rough, and I'm starting to sound like Mike because I keep saying but this race started off a little rough, and here we are, this long into a green flag run, and these drivers are just really putting us on a show. I mean, I know that they're single filed out and they're really not pushing too hard, but we still have a very long ways to go in this race. Just now getting a little over halfway. They don't want to junk their stuff, but I promise when we get to about 50, maybe 40 to go after the last pit stop for sure, these guys are going to be pushing hard.
Yeah, I know what you're
I
saying
won't be
there.
surprised if we're back 3, even possibly 4 wide with just the little bit of cars that's up here on the lead lap and caught up with the pack. I believe currently there's about 12 cars in this first pack, and there's about a 5-car breakaway in the second pack.
Yeah, they got a
And anything?
ways to
Oh,
go.
go ahead.
So they got a ways to go to catch up to. It could even be detrimental to need a caution for them to catch up, but they definitely need some more cars. They need a incident to break up this front pack to help them catch up.
Yeah, that is very true, but at the same time, the front pack's got a lot of help from the lap cars, especially, for instance, that AAA machine leading the pack right now. He got his lap back. If a caution was to come out, he wouldn't have to worry about being a lucky dog. Nothing like that. He'd be right back in this thing. A couple of these guys running a little farther behind. There's a caution that's going to bring them back into the race. A couple of people a lap down. They could try to, a strategy of staying out possibly and praying for another caution early to put them right back in the race as well. And, cautions breed cautions. So if we do have one, how many more are we going to have? How many more people are going to be able to get back on the lead lap before we get it, settled back out?
Yeah, you're definitely absolutely right there.
Man, before you talk, I got to curse you because you got me saying nonstop now. I heard you say it about 10 times earlier, and now I can't stop saying it.
You're very welcome.
All right,
Yeah,
I will be right back.
Sorry about stepping away. Yep, sorry about stepping away there, guys. But yeah, so these drivers are still running single file here. I know I missed a little bit of action here as I had to go take care of something around the house, and but have we started our next round of pit stops? All right, well, now nobody's talking to me. I'll find that out myself. So they all pitted back on lap 88.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they all have come back down for another round of pit stops.
That they have.
All right. So yeah, so they're doing a phenomenal job. I see that Kensley Smith, he has packed his number 15 Napa Chevrolet up for the evening. So definitely very unfortunate there for Kensley Smith. One of the guys that we were looking forward to win here today, and unfortunately, it's not gonna be so for him. Here we go. Steve Rada. I just said that he has a packet loss.
Gotcha.
Okay, I think Rada, he was just a spectator in here. But yeah, so as of right now, these guys are running, single file, turning down laps, and just like Dakota said, these drivers that are currently, a lap down, they still have an opportunity. So definitely don't count those guys out just yet.
These guys put on a great show. You got a long green flag run here, a couple pit stops to unfold during the green flag run. It's always good to see those. Shakes it up and does a little strategy into the game a little bit. Takes out the whole draft aspect. They've got to be able to draft and get the pit road in a pack and be able to work with others to be able to make this work.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what what we're seeing now is what we should have seen the first 25, 30 laps. When we were doing caution after caution after caution. This is what it would have been, and if everybody was this patient, early on, we would still have a good sized field left in this race. So it's very unfortunate, that those issues happened early on, but now because of that, we're getting to enjoy this very long green flag run where we've had 2 green flag pit stops, and we're still just a little under 80, just about 85 laps left in this race.
Yeah, 102 laps complete, and it's awesome to see how many trucks we still have with us here. We started 39 trucks, so I would say 40, but for some odd reason Andrew Tuff did not start the race. I think he's in race control helping uh, Matthew, Matt, the other RC. But we still have 36 trucks on the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely, so we still got, a decent amount, but we only have 17 trucks, on the lead lap at the moment. So that's definitely, very unfortunate there, because we want to see all these trucks on the lead lap, We want all these drivers to have an opportunity to win that $500 at the end, but, unfortunately, when everything goes, haywire at the beginning, some of those drivers, they just unfortunately, they lose that. And, so right now, 17 trucks, they still got an opportunity to, uh, they still have an opportunity to go for the win here.
Yeah, it's I was doing a little graphic work here, showing a couple of things here where somebody was rooting on Blair Holland, and so I went to put him on screen here and put up a graphic for him, just to give him an idea of what's going on.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, then he missed the whole green flag stop and everything, didn't he, Mike? I'm just picking on you, Dakota. You missed nothing.
Yeah, I sure did.
Man, I'll tell you, drinking about 3 or 4 energy drinks before the start of these events today, on top of barely getting any sleep and working on my 4th energy drink right now, I'm feeling great.
I bet.
I'm going to be very nice about this, Dakota, because, I call you family. I love you. No more energy drinks tonight.
Right.
Who do you think you're talking to, sir? I got to bed until 7 a.m.
My dude, I'm telling you. Don't be like
Hold on,
me.
hold on. Listen. You ready?
Oh.
You
My
hear
little
that?
soda pop. And if any of you guys that are watching has kids just heard that, you're welcome.
Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. Alright, I'll stop.
Yeah, now we got an outside lane going. We got that good lane push coming on the outside there. Trevor Osborne off in that number 89. He's coming up here taking over the race lead after helping that 888 machine look like get back onto the lead lap there.
Yeah, and it looks like Stephen Luttrell trying to get one of his laps back as well in that 36 machine.
Yep, Stephen Luttrell. That will put him back on the lead lap. So, now it's now if a caution were to come out now, he would be able to come back around and get his.
Right now he's in the lucky dog spot, but I believe once he does get around the 89, it would give him the wave around for the.
Little twist
Oh,
of
yeah,
Graphic said this is the song that never ends.
All right, guys. What is your favorite type of music and what is your favorite song? Can we get some suggestions in the chat here?
Mine isn't PG-13.
We'll have Mike Taylor sing it to you up here in the booth.
Absolutely.
I was thinking something like "I'm a Barbie Girl" or anything along that lines.
He feels like a woman.
That'd be absolutely funny. But it looks like the 73 at Nathaniel Dance is going to be able to take over the lead here while we were joking from the 89.
Okay, hang on. Let's go, girls.
Oh man, he was on it. I was just get some Gretchen out there.
Dang, I thought the actual artist was in here for a minute. Caught me off guard.
I thought I got tossed off the booth. Stage open.
Oh, let's see. What are we at now?
You know
Lap
what?
109, getting ready to cross for
Look,
110. Go ahead.
you can't go wrong with Shania Twain. All right.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, here we go. Bubba shot the jukebox.
Oh, I got one for I'm a
going right,
redneck
dude?
woman. Ain't no
Yeah, right.
high crass blur or broad.
Yeah,
Jesus.
that's broad. Yeah, you can't. You said you got one. You have one.
I had one or two, apparently. I had a few of them. Been knocking them back all day
Apparently.
from the way I'm talking.
Sometimes that's what it takes to keep talking.
I'm not ready.
No, don't get me
For the
wrong, but if you
Rolling
want me to,
Stone.
I can sit here and talk the whole time. I won't never stop. We'll just keep going around and around the track and making left turns. And as you see the 36 get up in front of the 960 there, I believe, that was an interesting move as he was running pretty good there on the inside line, but possibly looking to get up here to get his lap back. I'm actually very surprised at how everyone's kind of switched to the inside line as dominant as the middle to high line has been today. But I guess with the lack of side draft they're having, the bottom line's working pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, they got a. I don't know. I haven't actually tried the trucks on the new build yet. I did one race and surprisingly didn't qualify worth crap. It was one of the week 13 5 to goes, and the 5 laps I did run. We had a couple cautions. I don't believe I got caught up in any of the incidents, but I drove around a few and drove through. I think I ended up 4th or something. So I mean, it was okay, but I didn't really try the side draft. I didn't try to do it by myself. I had some guys that kind of followed me, and I was afraid they were going to wipe me out, but it was fairly clean, for the most part.
You know, I just want to say Bubba shot the jukebox stuck in my head now. I appreciate that one.
Sure.
Bubba shot the jukebox.
And look at the lead change. Nathaniel Dent's now the race leader. It said the race leader in 73. Yeah, it is. Because the Triple Eight is Jason Mastretta, and he is still in front of your race leader. So 73 is getting some help from the 89, but he is helping the Triple Eight stay on the lead lap potentially. No, he would be when he comes back
looks
around.
like gonna be very interested to see what Steven Luttrell does here as that outside line is starting to get up here towards the front. Are they gonna block him to potentially keep him from getting back on the lead lap here if there is a caution, or are they just gonna let that outside line ride?
The question is, which one's going to be the one to do the blocking? Does the lap car move up and try to stay on the lead lap with Steven Luttrell?
I mean, it looks like he is going to
That
do
right there, yeah.
Yep. He's shutting
And
down
we
the
are
lead.
back side by side racing finally for the first time in several laps here. Not that I'm complaining, this has been a very good race, clean for the most part, as everyone has been kind of just chillaxed. And it looks like the 960 is going to be looking to take over the lead from the 73 here with the help of 2 lap cars in front of them who are fighting to get back on the lead lap at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 lap cars, you know, they're going to go ahead and come down to the inside. And, you know, I don't know how well that was smart of them because, you know, that outside lane, once it starts to move, it starts moving. And you know, so it's going to be very interesting as Austin John Smith, he's going to go ahead and bring his race truck down pit road this time.
Oh yeah, but another way to look at it is, you know, the lap cars kind of got control of the lane, so if the outside line does start to get a run, they are able to go up there and block it possibly, which will keep them ahead. But at the same time, how long are they going to keep letting them block them before they decide to just make the move to go and sit it 3 wide, and it's going to trap them in the middle?
Yeah, James Waring
Cupcake
jumped to
in
the top
chat
side.
says, Days of Thunder 2. I can't wait for Days of Thunder 2 come out.
Oh yeah, I can't wait either. I know that the second ones usually aren't as great as the originals, but it's been a long overdue thing to be done.
Hit the pace car.
Yeah.
What? I said hit the pace car.
Why?
You done hit everything else out there. I want you to be perfect.
And then that look he gives as he pulls out of his pits. the hell are you saying?
So have we did an elf check in a little while?
We have not. It is time to check on the number 16, and it looks like a clean truck for the most part. See here.
Yeah, we're running about that 14th spot at the moment. And man, them elves are just hanging on for dear life back there. I don't know how they've been able to do this for this long. They've been on that truck for what, 2 hours now almost?
Yeah, just about. You know, we're getting down now to the nitty gritty here, and you know, it's gonna be go time. I would imagine probably in just about 20 laps. You know, and I think we're gonna start seeing things really start to pick up.
I think we're gonna be single filed out and maybe a little bit double filed until we get to about 40 to go, probably after the next pit stop here.
You know, I think that one elf on the left side of the rear bumper has had a little bit of a makeover.
Oh, is that so? Let me go see if I can get a good view here. Pull up your view.
This is the truck goes by. I'll take a look at that back left fender. Just a little bit.
Yeah, you know, earlier I was talking about them elves were getting a little bit of a push, and he was squishing them. It might have deformed them just a little bit, but you know, some of that elf magic, they're going to be just right as rain after this race, probably, as they're able to get it, you know, fix themselves from any kind of incidents.
Yeah, he's gonna. I don't know if he's taking that faster for you yet. But one of these stops here close to the end, he may use it to just kind of get a little bit more air out of that truck here at Talladega.
So, do me a favor. What was the last lap someone pitted on? Like, I'm talking people on the lead lap. What is the latest lap that someone pitted?
87, 88, and 89.
89
So
looks
lap
like
89 here.
Except
Let's do a
Troy
little bit of
Thomas.
math.
No, wait. He's not updating.
All right, so 188 laps. They pitted last on lap 89. That's going to leave them 99 laps left to run. You get about 40, what? Let's just say 45 to a tank. Just to be generous with the draft. So that's going to leave 54 laps. So so they need to save approximately 9 more laps of fuel to be able to make it to the end. Only one more stop here, I believe. So is anyone going to try to risk it and do that, or are they going to do a pit followed by another short pit possibly here?
I mean, they might try to short pit it and try to make it work out for them. I mean, we're 29 laps into a stint here, so we're looking at pit stops here in the next few laps. They're gonna probably have to need to come here very shortly, so I'd say somebody's probably might short pit it and try to make it out, but it's gonna be a while yet. So we're gonna have probably one stop, two more stops at least.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but it is possible that someone might be able to save the fuel and not have to do an extra stop is what I'm thinking, but I'm not 100% positive on that one.
So somebody in chat said competition caution. Now this is not scheduled. Here they come. Speaking of, here comes the pit stop a little early, but yeah, it's coming right now. So this is
looks like
the pit stop offset.
pitting in. Austin, Troy as well.
This is a little further back than your leaders, so this is not the. Oh man, this is and this is the weird thing in iRacing, and it's kind of hard. Like those guys coming to pit road right now. There's the contact. There's a crash on pit road. The 08 and the 8 got together. That's Dustin Logston and Steve Sizemore. So we gotta...
Yeah, let me get over here where I can see. Oh, the 08 absolutely around, stuck in his pit box at the moment. It looks like he's stuck in the wall. Am I tripping?
He is stuck in the wall. It's not good. He arched in, and the 8 was not quite to his box, yet the 08 is going to miss his box, and he rolled into the wall. And it looked like he was trying to back up, and that nosed in magneted. Yeah, he's definitely stuck in that wall.
Oh, that is just unfortunate. Yeah, that's still going to cost him a lot of time there.
Yeah, and great hands and great awareness by the other drivers coming down pit road to miss him. These should be mesh, but we've seen that is not always the case.
So hopping back on board with our leaders here, the 89 still leading the 77, following in second place, being pushed by the 44 of Matt here. In third, Connor into the 79 machine, holding strong in fourth. And I mean, they told me after heat two they were going to put on a show and work together, but I guess they're definitely keeping true to what they said here. Just checking, y'all still have a copy?
I think we know where the elves ended up at, Dakota.
Or where's that?
Mike got quiet.
They done tied him up and said they was tired of his shenanigans for the moment, as Mike might be taking care of something again.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, but
yeah, just let Joe Bonner sneak to the high side of the racetrack. But here comes, he's coming to pit road. He was making room. Because we got another muscle truck coming to pit road here.
And speaking of the elves, it looks like that 16 machine's trying to get his lap back. All he's got to do is get around the 89 here, as it does appear a lot of the field's kind of cruising and saving fuel at the moment.
Yeah, they've got Alex Gates a little loose there in the center of the corner. He's pushing pretty hard trying to get that lap back. He's trying to get there quick, fast, and hurry while he's got a chance. And it maybe just the fact he was on fresh tires. The 67 is not having anything to do with that as he pulls back in line. And the 16 stuck out there. He's got to work the 88. Try to get around the 89 machine unless the 89 goes to pit road. But I believe he has already done so.
I don't believe the 89 is quite hit just yet. As we see a whole mess of cars coming down the pits. Someone got a little loose as they made a little bit of contact there. Not sure who that was, but they are able to keep it straight for the most part. We got a lot of 3-wide action here on pit road. These drivers are just kind of going through one another here. The 05 is going pretty fast. I'm kind of wondering if he got a black flag and it's just...
He may have. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. But drivers on pit road right now. We'll see if the 05 can get off of pit road here and see where Troy Thomas is hanging out at right now. And it looks like he is currently in 14th. So a little bit of work to do to handle things, and it does not look like the 05 was penalized coming to pit road.
It's good to see as he was moving down the pit lane quite, I will say hastily. He was definitely making sure he got his pit box in a good time, and it seems like it paid off for him as he did possibly gain a couple spots there.
Look, yeah, that's always good.
Looks like we're going to have a 3-car breakaway for this lead here, or possibly a 2-car breakaway. I don't know. I guess a 1-car breakaway is... he's working with 2 lap cars at the moment at 73 and Nathaniel taking over the point. But Math Lee back here in that 44 machine, letting the 89 by, going to drop back and get behind him here, and they're going to be charging very hard to get up here to that 3-truck pack.
Yeah, it's interesting here watching that 3-truck pack bleed around, but I believe Sean English, Matt Lee, and Joshua McCullough can get up there.
And don't look now, your Heat winner of the 79. Oh, no. Anyway, 79 charging very hard up here. Doesn't look like he's saving anything, as it looks like the other trucks decided to let him on by here, possibly looking to get back with their teammates and or just save a little bit of fuel here. But they are definitely charging very hard to get caught up to the 7-3 right now. 73 trying to give the 32 the business to keep, what little bit of a lead he has at the moment.
I'd say we got 65 laps remaining, so we have probably, I know we have at least one more stop. 2 is, it's going to be close. We're going to see if they end up with a Green-White-Checkered at the end of this. It may put a few of the fuel strategies on a little bit of a warpath.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we do end up with the Green-White-Checkered. The field is so spread out at this point. I mean, we got a 2-second gap from the leader to second place. The top 10 are all, within 3 seconds of each other. And then after that, we got 6 seconds back, 8 seconds back, 14 seconds back, 14, 25. I mean, everyone's separated by so much at the moment. If we have a caution, it's going to be just a very unfortunate turn of events, I think.
It would be, but at the same time, the closer we get to the end of this, the more anxious some of these drivers are going to get, especially some of the ones that are having to push a lot harder right now and not be able to save that fuel.
Yeah, that is a very valid point as well.
And right now they are mixed, trying to help other drivers potentially come up with this. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what this mix of, I should say, talent does throughout the course of the end of this race with 63 laps to go now with your
Yeah,
race leader in the 73.
What's crazy is the race leader in the 73 is surrounded by 2 lap cars. If you go back here to the second pack, there's absolutely a big mosh pit of trucks right here. A mixture of lap cars, lead lap cars, and look at that. There's a third pack catching up to them as well. And they're about to have a hellacious run coming up on the leader here, I got a feeling.
Yeah, the leader's going to get eaten alive, I believe. They're about 5 to 6 miles an hour top speed faster, like 186, and your race leader's like solid 179, 180. So they're gonna run him down. It's a matter of time. They're slowly working at it, but it's still gonna take a little bit. I think Mike went to Applebee's. You better bring us something.
For real, I'm starting to get hungry, my man.
Right? No. So keep an eye on things. Interesting fact, and I hope that Christopher McCullough is still tuned into the broadcast, if he at least looked. And the thing that I was looking at here, fastest lap of the race, is still held by none other than the 04 of Christopher McCullough. I find that interesting, reason being because of the way that, unfortunate event that took him out many, many laps ago, and everybody's been drafting and pulling back and running hard back and forth, but that lap has not yet been beat. That's all. Somebody better call the cops. The Wi-Fi hustler has found some internet and has found his way to the YouTube channel for the Frostbite 500.
Now, it looks like we got another super chat. No stops, all gas 73 is here to stay.
Sure is. He looks like he's gonna try to do it from the lead now. That's fine. I just wanted to point that out there. Thank you, Devin. And they do have plenty of time to set a fast lap. It could be the last lap when they do it. It just depends on how that lap goes. They could get one great run.
Yeah, I mean, these drivers still really are not pushing super hard. And it's just crazy how well the 73 is doing, staying ahead of everyone else at the moment. But, next pit cycle, I don't know how well that is going to last for him, but they are slowly reeling him in.
Yeah, it's definitely is. He's got to make sure these guys are going to have to pit with him to be able to get that stop to work out for him. And it's going to be interesting to see how that works out. So look at John Ward in 7th. He's up 32 spots. He's in that number 2 now. He was up a little bit higher earlier, but right now I'd say that is our hard charger so far this race. Number 2 Ward truck there. It's bad pass number 2.
Yeah, John Ward doing a heck of a job. He set up 32 spots. I mean, he did have a little bit of issues early in this race, if I remember correctly, but he's done a pretty good job about bouncing back. I mean, he was up in the front pretty early in the race when he's having a little bit of cautions back to back, and now that we got this green flag run, he's kind of just chilling in 7th place, relaxing, probably just waiting for his moment to pounce. We are getting, towards the late stage of this race here, about 131 laps, about to be crossing for 132 of 188 laps. And man, Mike really must have fell off the face of the earth for a moment here, as he is absolutely just gone.
Yeah, must have. Search party for Mike.
Search and rescue. I'm looking for my buddy. I don't know where he got lost at, but it's probably somewhere in the booth.
He's checking the wires.
Yeah, he's probably in the, the back, making sure all the audio and everything is good. He's probably going back there to get us a couple drinks. It's a long race. We're getting a little thirsty up here.
Oh, yeah, we got 57 laps to go.
Yeah, that is true, but looks like Trevor in that 89 is going to be taking over 2nd place here. Not real sure. I guess the 79 decided to draw it back, possibly save a little bit of fuel here. Don't really blame them. If they keep switching who's leading, they are going to be able to run a little longer, and they could potentially be looking to only have to make one more stop here.
What happened to Kirby Wainscott's 10 machine? Who's this?
I'm not sure what happened to him. I think he's a few laps down, or he's a lap down at the moment. No?
He's got an off-track issue. Let's see what happened here. Maybe he just drove down there. Nope, he got turned by the 33 in a drafting incident. He got in the grass and brought the truck back, but he lost a lot of speed over that.
Dang.
That's one driver that absolutely knows how to save a race vehicle, is that number 10 of Kirby, Wayne Scott. We see it time and again, almost every week with Kirby when in all the races here on Racers Elite Network.
Well, look who finally decided to show back up, man. We call you part-time, soft hands.
Okay, well, it was John Cena's, final moments on in WWE, wrestling, so I had to step away to cherish the moments, and I watched him make his debut in WWE, and watching him walk away, it's one of those feelings that's just crazy,
Yeah,
listen, bud,
checking the
they
back
got
of the
instant replay for a reason.
Yeah, well,
DVR.
I wanted to watch it live, okay? I'm not going to tell anybody what happened, so don't even bother asking chat. But just make sure you have tissues when you watch it later.
I was
don't
looking
need
at
to
the
know
screen.
what. I don't need to know what happened. I already know what happened. He went out there to go give a speech, and then all of a sudden you see a slithering snake coming across the ring, and it ends off with the RKO out of nowhere. Randy Orton on top.
No. Randy Orton was actually not there.
Disappointment. But that second pack is starting to catch up to our leader in the 73 machine, who's been doing such a phenomenal job just up here with 4 trucks. They're not really pushing too hard, but that has allowed for the 89 to finally get caught up to the back of the 48, who I believe is a lap down or getting ready to be a lap down at the moment, of Brandon Puffenbarger.
Dakota, you know who was there, though, don't you?
Who was there?
The Karate Kid.
Karate Kid.
Oh, we have the 48. Puffenbarger just slowed way down on the back straightaway.
I think he might have possibly blew an engine here. I'm trying to get an in-car view.
No, I think he might have possibly ran out of fuel.
Nah, I think he just let everybody
No.
buy from the
No,
looks of
yeah,
it.
he let him buy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's running.
So you telling me Daniel Russo was there?
Nope.
Or are we talking about the other Karate Kid?
No, Daniel Russo's probably there.
There's so many Karate Kids now at this point, I can't keep up with it.
Right?
Now he's probably thinking about the Heartbreak Kid.
Yep.
And of course HBK's there.
Listen, I don't need to know anything else. I'll see it later. And
we're just spitball at this point. We don't know what happened.
You think I'm cute? No.
No, I'm sexy. I've got the looks, that drive to go wild. You got the moves. Sorry.
Man, this is what I'm watching. Shaking up quite a good bit there. That outside lane has changed hands a few times, and they are gaining and losing trucks left and right.
Yeah, I was about to say John Warden, that 2 machine, just, I don't know what he was doing, but he flung up to the outside and it's like, nah, I'm good. Come back down to the inside there. Maybe trying to decide if he wants to try to make a move towards the front here. We still got a pretty good ways to go. At least minimum one more pit stop for these drivers if they are able to save it. But I got a feeling we're going to be going for 2, probably a quick short pit and fuel only here.
Yeah, especially as we're coming to the final pit stop here,
Allegedly. Final pit
Allegedly.
stop. I mean, these drivers at least going to have to make it to lap 144 to be able to make it to the end of the race, I got a feeling.
Yeah, definitely, and it's still a very long way. I don't know if, I would at least anticipate them to take at least 2 tires.
It really depends on what they did last pit stop. If they took 4 tires on the last pit stop, they could potentially only do fuel only here. But if they've been doing fuel only for a while, they might end up having to take 2 tires like you suggested there. But it's really all on what kind of strategies we're looking at here.
I mean, but then again, you're also getting a full fuel tank as well, because again, you still got 48 laps left now. So you still got to have a full tank of gas, which is plenty of time to take 4 tires as well.
Yeah, you're going to have a full tank and possibly save a couple laps here. But the chat is getting very interesting here. And speaking of chat, let's go take another look at YouTube chat. Ward riding with Trev and them. Clean Green Racing. Definitely would be love to see you here on Racers Elite Network. And pit stops coming up soon. Some of these drivers have raced over 750 miles today, depending on how they qualified. That's a very good point. I've been in the booth for over 750 miles as well. What did I miss? WWE took my attention for a while. Sir, you missed a little bit of single file racing, some side-by-side racing. We have lap cars leading the field.
Maybe a pit stop cycle.
A pit stop cycle, that's about it.
Yeah, 9th here. Let's not spoil it for anybody that hasn't seen it yet.
So I just want to say, I don't know when the 7 truck got up there, but apparently he was in the lead for a little bit, and I'm sorry about that, Danny, as he laid a couple laps there. It looks like the 78 machine trying to get around him, though, to take over the lead as well. Danny Fountain back on that inside, and yeah, we might have missed it because we was too busy talking about John Cena and WWE there for a moment, so. Oh, we got one around Stephen Latrell up in the wall, and that is going to completely change this race.
Oh my lord. That definitely changes the whole dynamic. From here, they cannot make it to the end.
So
yes. Go ahead, Dakota.
Looking here, let me go make sure we got the broadcast ready. Yeah, just looking back at it here, it looks like Stephen Latrell tried to drop to the bottom lane to possibly get in front of the 7 here. Still trying to get his lap back, and just unfortunately was not clear. Spins off the nose of the 7, and that's about all she wrote for that. It did get him up on 2 wheels. He tried to save it the best of his ability, but it just sent him right up into, I believe that is the 99 and everyone else for the most part able to get around
Wow.
this wreck without any incident there. It's a very good job for these drivers to check up and get around that. But to your statement you were making, this is changing the dynamic of the race. These, we're gonna go green with about what, 46 laps maybe, around in there, 47 laps. It is possible someone could save it, but I'm highly doubting it. So we might see some very early pit stops out of a couple of these drivers here.
Yeah, so you're definitely going to want to come down, get those 4 fresh tires that I was just talking about, and then you're going to uncheck those tires for that final pit stop near the end of this race. So, you know, as you said, if somebody in that draft can save enough, fuel, they could very well make it to the end. So it's going to be definitely very interesting here to the end.
So with Stephen Luttrell being involved in that wreck, who does that give the lucky dog to? Is that going to be Blair Hallman, I believe, in the 32 machine? Or was he involved in that incident as well?
Good question.
Looks like we also got a couple drivers
Maybe
staying
Alex
out
Gates?
here to possibly.
Oh yeah.
I'm not quite
Does-
sure, but it looks like we got Alex Gates in that 67 machine.
Let's see.
Getting his lap back.
Stephen, well, it's, maybe Blair. You're right. I think.
No,
I don't-
Steven, Alex Skates in the
Yeah,
67.
he just took
Okay.
the wave around. I'm watching him right now. It looks like the 888, the 48, the 14,
Oh, yeah, that's
a bunch of other vehicles out here, the 66, the 32, all staying out to get a lap back, possibly here. So be on the lookout for that, and that's going to change their strategy up, as they're probably planning for another caution, or they're going to have to pit very early into this run here.
yeah. This just
So-
in from YouTube chat. They're gonna need about 10 to 12 laps of additional fuel when the race goes green.
Oh, so that is definitely going to make this a lot rougher. So the people that are taking the wave around, if they all pit together and work together, they might be able to get, in a good spot,
There's
because they're going to be
potential.
able to run a few more laps here.
But also, what happens when a caution comes out?
Well, listen, bud, cautions does not always breed cautions. We're in here with some good drivers. It is possible that it happens, but we never know.
And we just had a very long
Yeah.
green flag run with multiple green flag stops.
Yeah, I mean, but we're now within 40 laps to the finish or almost 40 laps to this finish. So I mean, it might be go time for some of these drivers. So it's definitely gonna be very interesting to see how this plays out.
Oh, it's definitely
Yeah,
go time. We've got 35 drivers on the racetrack right now, lead lap or not. Definitely go time.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see how, now that we're going to actually see drivers going probably more full out with the pushes and stuff, maybe not as soon as we go green, but a little bit after they pit again here, possibly. It's going to be a very wild ride. And he said we got 10 to 12 laps they need to save, but we get about, what, 40 laps to the tank?
That's might not maybe not in the trucks. Maybe they only get about 32 to 34 laps.
I could have swore earlier I was told that you can go 41 laps by yourself, but I could be wrong here.
I mean, what do we know? We're just broadcasters up here in the booth, so we're going to let these guys decide if they need to still come down or not. So it's definitely going to be very interesting to see how all this is going to shake down. And you got John Warden, that number 2 machine, out front, followed by Evan Carlbon. And Nathaniel Dex will be third. And on his outside, it's going to be Joshua McCullough in that 05 truck. So, got some strong guys up here still, and Troy Thomas, he's still hanging out there in that 10th spot. Kevin Allen, he's back over in that 7th spot as well.
So I believe this is going to put 24 drivers on the lead lap. A couple of these guys did stay out to take a wave around, so they were not able to go down into pits. And it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of pit strategies they do here. I'm sure they're going to be going in within the next, I'd say, the first 5 laps of this run here.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it would all depends on, you know, who you have around you. You know, if they're okay pitting early. But if you pit early, are you going to hang out to dry on a restart if it happens to, you know, happen that way? But it's going to be very interesting to see how all this will play out as the pace truck, he will dive down onto pit road. And if you guys don't mind, I would like to take these guys back green flag racing.
That is fine, but I will say, I'm talking about the wave around cars that were not able to pit. They're going to have to come down to get fuel soon. But go ahead and take us back to green.
Oh, yes, that's definitely true. As we are back green flag racing, that number 2, John Ward, getting a big jump there on Carl Bond, as Nathaniel Dents is now working on the inside now of that number 78 machine. And right behind him, he's got Trevor Aswornoth trying to push his way as well to the front of this pack. But as right now, everybody's up top as they go 3 wide now for that 4th spot. This is a little bit too early for this, as we are still trying to get up to speed. So that outside lane, they're going to start to make a lot of headway here, as they will go ahead and almost squeeze himself up into the wall there. Because the outside lane is just absolutely coming alive here on this restart. And now right now, everybody's hanging out in that middle lane as your top 4 has cleared the bottom. Make that your top 5 clear the bottom. And that 2nd place car in line, he will decide to go ahead and jump up to that high side now. And that will be the 89 there of Ainsworth. He make his way up top, as that inside lane is still trying to get formed up. But we are now 3 wide. Oh, about 6-7 rows deep now as they come out of turn number 2. So we are back to our 3 wide action that we got to see here early on in this race. And remember when I said right before we went green flag, I think it's going to be go time? It's go time.
Well, yeah, a lot of the guys in the back of the field need to work their way forward. And being those laps down, they're really getting anxious, not trying to get those laps back as they roll forward to this event.
Yeah, definitely. That inside lane is just losing so much ground on the outside, and that middle lane kind of stalled out there in the middle of 3 and 4 that time. So the inside of the middle lines are having a little bit of issues getting themselves moving, but man, that outside is absolutely just grooving. God, such a beautiful sight to see here at Talladega. Trucks running 3 wide, many rows deep. You know, this track is wide enough to do that, you know, safely. And man, these drivers have absolutely proved it time and time again that they could do it for laps on end. So we're about to see this all, you know, get very interesting, as we have one car sticking it 4 wide for just a moment. But he'll go ahead and back it out, and he'll run 3 wide near the back of the 3 wide pack in the back. So definitely very interesting to see these guys so far, you know, and that inside lane is just struggling, guys.
Yeah, it seems like they're having a problem keeping trucks to keep the momentum up, and also when you get to the corners, it also checks up a little bit. They may be having problems keeping the momentum going.
Yeah, I mean, that's very possible as well, you know, but they're not as tightly formed as the middle and high lanes there. You know, as you see one truck even falling down to the apron there. Now that's going to separate 4 drivers from everybody else, and that's going to cause, you know, them to lose more speed, as the other 2 lanes have at least 10 cars in their lines. So these guys are going to fall all the way back to possibly right around that 20th spot. 4 wide now here in middle of 3 and 4. It looks like that 80 or that 888 car, he's stuck on that second to high lane there. As we have trouble out of into the tri-oval, and that's going to bring out a caution.
Yeah, we got a lot of trucks around, and unfortunately Kirby Wayne's got involved in this one.
No,
as well as many others.
Devil Charger said they didn't stall out. They're just getting the charger spooled up. Love it.
Yeah, look here and see a lot of drivers, a lot of good trucks involved in this. Hopefully, a lot of faster pairs still available for these drivers. They haven't used any of them, but it was a series of unfortunate events there. Kirby Wayne's got tangled up in this as well. Let's see.
Yeah, a decent half of this field got involved in this one. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead, Ron.
You're fine. Those look like some contact there between the 960 potential. Let's see here. Contact happened up front a little bit ahead of Kirby Wainscott. I just happened to catch that.
I believe the 8 car might have been involved. I heard a few not nice words said to a couple people.
He's got his naughty cam on. Yeah, he was involved a little bit. The 8 got into the 32, I believe it was. Not, and then chaos.
Yeah, a little bit of a parking lot there. Kind of looked like the 8 tried to fill in a hole, and the hole closed up, and just unfortunate there.
Let's try this one out for size.
It doesn't fit. No, I'm kidding.
Nope, Troy Thomas was up against the wall, and unfortunately, you're going to get a lot of damage from that as well. He drove away from it, but he does have a slight bit of wheel damage or a busted tire, I believe. The truck's going to need a faster pair for the 88 machine.
Yeah, and it looks like, hold on a second, sorry about that. Had a little bit of a brain fart. It looks like Mr. Fry in that 99 machine is going to be pointed DNF'd out of the race due to points.
Ouch.
Yeah, right now, Kean Fry, the only one so far, has exited this race because of points. Definitely a very tough break for some of these drivers here. You know, you could run 3 wide comfortably, but man, let me tell you what, that 4 wide situation doesn't usually doesn't work out. And somebody's asking who put Stenhouse in the 8 machine. I don't know. It wasn't me.
Unfortunately, I don't think that was actually the 8 machine. That was the 888 who was undercover in the 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately, that was the 888 there. The 8 machine, he had nothing to do with this one.
Mistretta.
Yep, Mistretta. He will go ahead and he will get a EOL for causing this incident. So we're going to go ahead and rack these guys up, and we're going to do it all over again as we are starting to get into our closing laps here.
39 to go as of right now, so it'll be quite interesting to see how this goes.
One thing I will say, I don't think we're really going to have to worry about the fuel window much anymore.
We're 39 laps to go. That fuel window's still...
Yeah, I think it's 32 to 34 laps here at Talladega, and I believe it's 36 to about 40, I believe, at Daytona.
Yeah,
well, I just looked, and apparently I was told 41, but that was the wrong information by our owner here, Avenger Teft. I'm going to call him out. I've been saying 41 laps all day, making me look like a fool, and just now telling me it's like low to mid 30s apparently.
Yeah, so these guys, they will still have to bring it in one last time, but it's going to be more of a stop and go. It's not going to, be top off. Yeah, if they topped off, it will be very close. Absolutely. I mean, look, if I had to take a wild guess, I believe that might be Andrew typing there in our chat right there. But Andrew, if you were out there, I know for a fact that you would make it. I don't know how you do it, but I mean, you could say we got 5 laps, not good, and then next thing we know, you're sputtering across start finish line in first. I don't know how you do it. But as we take a look there at the pit strategy stints, they're looking 31, 32 laps. So yeah, so these guys, You said we had how long? 30,
38 or 37 going back to green, I believe.
7:30. Yeah, there ain't no way that these guys are. Everybody's going to have to come back in. There's no way that somebody could stretch it 5 extra laps here.
Never say never.
That's 10 miles. I mean,
some mind-boggling things, buddy.
Andrew said Mike's blowing my cover.
You're very welcome. I love you, Andrew.
We all love Andrew.
I don't even want to get started on some of the stories of things I've seen whenever I was driving a truck. Like I said, mind-boggling things. Not necessarily good to be on air.
Right. Understand that. So yeah, I get what you mean. It's a little puzzling sometimes, to say the least.
I'm just gonna say it involved a puddle and splashing.
Oh boy.
Anyways, we're about to be going back to the green flag. It looks like the two machine of John Ward's going to be leading us back to green with the 05 of Joshua on his outside. And it's nothing naughty. Get your minds out of the gutter, people.
And that's actually a very good question. But we had 3 of them. We had 3 McConnells or McConnells in the race. As we are coming back to the green flag now, or I'm sorry, we are back at the green flag, heading up here into turn number 1. Dakota, you want to go ahead and finish talking us through this restart lap?
Yeah, sure. It looks like the 2 is going to be able to get it up to the outside in front of that 77 Alex Hill. The inside lane is probably going to fade back here, but that outside getting formed up for the most part. It looks like somebody was not happy just sitting behind somebody else as they're going to dive it down to the middle. Not quite sure who that was. I'm trying to get a good look here. I believe it's the 66 of Caleb McKinney getting down that inside lane. Was definitely not content sitting behind that 79, I believe it is. Or no, it's the 041 machine who is possibly alive down here. But we're going back up to the live side of things on the front. The 2 trucks still trying to hold off. It appears to be the 03 on that inside line. The inside line doing absolutely phenomenal right now. As it seems to be a little bit of a struggle bus most of the day, as I've been doing a lot of coverage here, and this is probably the best I've seen the inside line be able to fight back.
Yeah, definitely. That inside lane is definitely starting to work here, you know, especially with those that 03 on the inside leading. You know, they're doing a phenomenal job keeping up here now with the race leaders. They're not falling back. And that 33, he tried to make something of it up top, but nobody went with him. So he's going to go ahead and drop back and squeeze down in between 2 trucks. And we're going to go ahead and continue to run side by side here for the race lead.
Yeah, as you said, you know, still somewhat side by side for the race lead. The inside line is starting to falter a little bit though, as that middle, the outside line is just so dominant. I mean, you really gotta have your stuff together on the inside line. All 3 trucks need to be, you know, nose to bumper from the looks of it, especially on these straightaways here. That 8 truck needs to be all over the back of the 89, but they're really just not pushing very hard at the moment. As you can tell, the outside line kind of just on cruise control. They're not pushing very hard either, and just able to get a lot more momentum.
Yeah, they're keeping that momentum on the high side rolling pretty strong, and it looks like they're going to pull down on the middle. It looks like they got another lane behind them coming. So they have to figure out if they want to block or stay in the middle. It's about to be 3 wide all the way to the front.
Yeah, that outside line is coming, and it is coming fast. But
as you see, go ahead.
It's a very tight situation for the 44, the 05, and the 03 at the moment. But the 44 is going to prevail and get through the middle. And it's going to allow for, I believe, the 73 to get to the middle of them as well. But that outside line is still coming.
Right, they're 4 wide back there with Wayne Scott in the middle. Holy crap, this is getting exciting, guys. This is a battle of the ages here. These guys at $500 on the line, and right now we are 34 laps from that, and the Racing Lights the last lap 4 wide at Talladega down the back straightaway as they roll into turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's the 78 and 37. They make a little bit of contact there and trouble one car up in the air, and that's going to bring out a caution.
Troy Thomas, Pit Boss sponsored ride. Big turn of events on the 88, unfortunately.
Greg McCooney in that number 16 machine, he was involved in this one as well. we better get a checkup on the elves on the back of that race truck. Make sure he's doing okay. And let's go ahead and take a look back here and see what exactly happened.
It just looked like a push going wrong there, honestly.
Looks like the elves are unscathed. For the most part, anyway.
Man,
I think-
those elves are gonna be all dirty by the time they get back to the house.
Oh, they're
I
already
really
dirty.
think them elves are gonna need a pay raise after this one.
Crackers in the cabinet and the cupboards ain't gonna withstand it now. Troy Thomas meatball flag, Connor Leach to meatball, so very heavily damaged trucks. Alan Carter, lap 154 disqualified, so Carter's night's done.
Man, and that is definitely throwing a wrench in a lot of people's plans as we just, we had a pretty good long green flag runs. I'm very surprised we're having so many people. I'm very surprised that people are having any issues with getting DQ'd out of the race at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, especially with what we saw early on in this race, all the, strong, heavy racing, a lot of these trucks had to take their fast repairs. So unfortunately, Connor Leach and Troy Thomas both, they have to actually sit down there and get their trucks fixed if they're going to, just come out to finish off this race, as there's no way that they're going to win this race from this point. So all these trucks are now going to head down pit road, and well, guess what, guys? We're going to top them off on fuel, and we're going to get these guys to the end of this race.
A lot of trucks on pit road.
Yeah, and it kind of looks like the 89 opted to stay out here, so maybe he's got a little bit of a strategy going on with these cautions, thinking he's got enough fuel to make it.
Maybe he's thinking that maybe, never
Ooh,
know.
what the heck was going on with the 960 there? Holy.
we have to get loaded up or what?
I'm not sure. It looked like he's coming in hot. He started blinking, and all of a sudden he's going pace speed.
Oh, he must have had some networking issues. Yeah, Andrew, they're definitely gonna need a bathroom break. They aren't like us up here in the booth where we kind of switch in and out and handle business as it rolls along.
That is very true.
Ain't no hot swapping in this race. I mean, I guess, honey, come here a minute. Get in the seat. I gotta pee.
Woman, get my super suit.
Yeah. Don't lift. Put your foot on the pedal. Turn left. Maybe that's why we're seeing cautions now. It's getting to that point that they held it for so long. Now they just gotta go.
And this is I know a guy that used to race with a bucket next to his chair, and I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I mean, everybody's watched Battlefield Friends. If you have not, you can thank me later. Go to YouTube, type in Battlefield Friends. It is awesome.
Hey, look, all you need is some Depends, okay?
Hey, depends. Make the
I'll
world
tell
go
you that.
round.
It's
Hey.
adult diapers. They make them every day.
Absolutely.
You may have to sit in it, but I mean, it ain't gonna leak. They may
I mean,
think-
if you think about it, the Cup drivers, they do it too. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That's what I was about to say. Yep, shit bucket. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, like, so when Juan Pablo hit that jet dryer on the backstretch or over in turn 3 at Daytona, I was actually live at that race on the backstretch. And the cops came out, and I ran down, used the restroom real quick, and all of a sudden I hear this big old explosion, and I come out and I see the fire up in turn 3. I'm like, what the hell just happened? So after obviously that time went by, and you know how they always have that coverage of Fred Kozlowski trying to outrun somebody to the toilet. Yeah, I got to see that live. That was funny.
Heath Joe about the YouTube chat asking if this is the senior tour.
Man, I missed those seats on the backstretch at Daytona because, man, we would have seen some crazy things.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate there.
Yeah, y'all missed it earlier in one of the races. Somebody did a kickflip, landed on the wall, grounded the wall for a little ways, and then got completely stuck.
Remind me to post a clip from Gateway Dirt Nationals later. Kyle Bronson got stuffed in the fence, and for a 5th mile temporary track, that fence does not move.
Yeah, well, you know what time it is, Ron?
Time to get back green flag racing.
Time for you to call us back to the green, sir. It's your turn.
It is my turn. I didn't know we were taking turns. I thought we were just calling it. Anyway, 30 laps remain as we come across as the iRacing.com official pace truck pulls down to. I wish they'd let us scheme that thing up for special races like this, but as long as it has iRacing, it should not matter. But iRacing would be pulling people for money. But here we go.
Does it paint the whole track white like snow? Got it.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Sean English going to bring us down here as well, as Alex Hill gets a great jump on the restart, and he will take over the 2nd position on the inside as him and Trevor Aswarna take the lead. And looks like they're going to get the momentum on the top side rolling again, and John Ward's too slow to get rolling here. And I believe they stepped up to the top shelf there. We'll see if he's able to get that bottom line back to the lead. It's going to be a little dicey. I think we're going to start stepping out 3 and 4 wide behind him.
Oh, yeah, I've already seen the 14 trying to make a move to get down 3 wide.
Wow.
Moved by that number 2 machine.
Crazy.
Oh, the 360 coming down, getting into the 44 a little bit. If I get to the back of the 44, going to be able to try to push him around here.
Now, I was about to say, coming to that up in turns 1 and 2 on that restart there, the top 5 were literally nose to tail. You couldn't fit a piece of paper between all 5 trucks. They were literally pushing each other, and that was absolutely crazy to see.
Yeah,
you know what, Mike?
laps
You're not my dad, sir. You can't tell me what I can and can't do. I bet you I can fit a piece of paper between them trucks.
But you can't. Now you can, but not on that restart. You couldn't.
Oh, things are starting to get a little wild here. They're getting a little dicey and slicey as they're trying to cut their way and make some moves here. 44 getting to the back of the 77. And sorry about that, Mike. Go ahead and take back over.
Nah, just so far, we're now in the closing laps. All these drivers should be able to make it to the end of this race. As we see 3 wide action now for that 4th spot. Now we're coming up to that 3rd spot now. So I'm anticipating to see these cars, as you see the Alex Hill in that 77 make a big move in front of that 33 of Cameron Craighead. He made a big move, but we're gonna start seeing those 3 wide racing all the way through this field here in just a couple of laps. If that inside lane can finally get themselves back together and moving up through the field.
That's a big thing.
Moves.
That's not the bump drafting through the corners, the 44 and the 89. Shows you how comfortable they are working together. But don't look now, the outside has the momentum. Here comes Sean Hill with the race lead with a great push from the 33 of Cameron Craighead.
Yeah, that view right there that you guys just saw on the back straightaway, the 44 got into the 89, the 05 got into the 44, and you guys just saw that effect, that accordion effect that, we see at this track. And normally when we see that, somebody's going around. But the fact that these guys were able to do it just now and keep their trucks facing the correct direction, major props to them all.
Yeah, and I was going to point out, the 44 gave the 89 such a big shove. He did get a little loose there as it did start to kick his rear end out, but they were able to keep it straight. These drivers are definitely not holding back on the pushes anymore. As you see that inside lane starting to make a little bit of a charge, as it's been struggling most of the night, but they are doing a wonderful job at the moment. That's being led by that 78 machine of Evan Carlbon, I believe.
This is a very treacherous part of the race, too. Yeah.
Man, that 2 truck is a man on a mission at the moment. He is filling holes as soon as they become open. And I think he's closing his eyes and praying that it doesn't close that fast. So he's made a couple big moves in the last 4 laps. So I think he's going to be one of the guys that we got to watch when this thing comes to the end.
Triple Eight
we got a little
machines.
bit of issue between the 73 and the 7.
Oh, the turn!
What a save! Wow!
How? Holy cow! The two, what an incredible save there coming to turn number 1.
That was catastrophe waiting to happen. But I was watching the triple. You got to be careful right now. The Triple Eight machine of Chase Mastretta is now in 3rd.
Triple Eight involved in quite a bit of incidents earlier, and I believe got an EOL, but worked his way back up into the 3rd. And there was so much going on right there a minute ago. The 2 got loose, the 7, and I believe another car was getting into it there behind them. I'm very surprised we didn't have a caution there. We're still 3x3 at least, 6 back.
Yeah, your front 7, your front 8 or 9 now is single file, and then you get back to everybody running 3 wide as they're looking to go 4 wide here into the tri-oval. That 041 machine, he kind of snuck his way back up into the outside. He says, I'm not going to play that 4 wide game, and now these guys are going to go ahead and go double file now back there for about that 6th, 7th position, as that middle lane is now starting to make their way forward again.
Yeah, seeing that near disaster, I think calmed a few of these drivers down just a little bit. They're like, oh, not time yet.
Yeah, we still got a long way to go here. Just about 25 laps, I believe. Just about-ish.
Yeah, it's 25 to go right now, so it'll be coming to 24 to go here. And the guys in the back are saying it's go time. We have 26 potential drivers, I believe, to actually take the race to win. Let's see, 26 on lap 164, so yes.
A couple of drivers that still potentially could get back on the lead, like if we do have another issue. It looks like that 48 is blinking a little bit. Able to get back into things there, as he did have a little bit of connectivity issues.
Well, when these drivers get back to this finish line, you know, we still got 67 miles to go. That's still a very long way, you know. And these drivers, you know, if they run, you know, the pickup cup at Daytona, Talladega, where it's only 25 lap races, they know, you know, what all can happen in a matter of 25 laps. But the ones that are patient to get through the 67 miles, those are the guys that are going to come for the race win. Here comes that inside lane now, just absolutely blowing through that middle lane now, as they're making their way up towards the top 7, 8 drivers now, as they will now run side by side with the the 03 and the 2 now, as they come down the back straightaway and get ready to climb up into the bankings of turn 3. Now we are 3 wide, about 10 or 11 rows deep, make that about 13 rows deep now. Everybody except the top 2 or top 5 are 3 wide at the moment. But you just give them time. Now everybody is looking to go 3 wide.
Yeah, the inside line's still trying. It just, man, this new draft package just makes it so hard down there. I'm kind of glad I was able to watch these races. I've learned quite a bit, so now I know, you know, whenever I go to make a setup, I need to try to see if I can make that inside line work a little bit better with the draft.
Yeah, that inside lane just absolutely got destroyed there coming out of turn number 2. They got so spread out, you know, as the top 2 lanes started to pinch that inside lane there just a little bit, as we have one truck going a little wibble wobbly, and I believe that's going to be the 78 machine. But he's going to go ahead and get that sorted out, as they're now going to try to go 2 wide here for the for second spot. Yeah, now for the race lead, here they come. Trevor Oswornoff, he has taken over the top spot for the moment, as things are starting to get pretty dicey up here now for the race lead. That inside lane just absolutely came alive. Be careful, guys. You got an inside lane coming. Pay attention to that. as these guys are continuing to run now 3 wide from second place all the way back as we get a phenomenal shot here as these trucks enter turn number 3 now. Oh man, this race is starting to get intense, boys.
Oh, we got a big check up in the back. Holy cow.
Oh, caution.
trouble.
Caution coming contact.
And a lot of trucks involved in this one.
You know, I hate to say this, but that honestly was not as bad as I was expecting.
Somebody's
it to be. A
blue
lot
motor,
of
but
drivers just sliding.
Elf check. We are good. The elves are still intact.
The elves are still fine. I think they might need a couple bandages when they get back to the house.
Listen,
could be
all I'm
so.
saying is if he can win with the elves on the back of the truck, you can't nobody tell me the Christmas, what the hell am I trying
Christmas
to say?
magic.
Christmas magic isn't on his side. Christmas. You know, welcome to the new McDonald's Christmas burger, or McChicken, or whatever the heck. There you go.
Archer breaking
Alright,
in
so-
its finest.
Yeah. I mean, the fact
Oh, he
that
went
we
around.
had...
Saved it.
Oh, yeah, see, he was just locking it up not to get involved here. You know, it looks like we
That's
maybe
smart.
had about six or seven cars spin, but everybody else, they were, you know, slowing up, you know, as we saw that, this machine here, you know, he hit his brake, you know, and spin himself out to avoid further contact, which is, I'd rather do that versus get plowed into, you know. But this wasn't as big as I thought it would be, seeing how it was pretty much started at the front of this pack. At the front of
It was
this pack.
It was still a little big. Yeah, there was, I don't know how many numbers of trucks. There was at least, I'd say it was 10 or 11. Do not know if we lost anybody due to that crash, though.
As it looks like most of those drivers that were involved in this incident are coming down pit road. Let's take a quick look here. The 73, Nathan Dents, he has a meatball.
Yes, sir. He
So the
does.
set, yeah.
Sean Hill had one as well, but it is cleared now.
So somebody had a fast repair in his pocket. That right there is smart racing.
He may have needed to get back out there, but I would still be saving that at this point. But yeah. Let's see.
You know, let's remind everybody, $500 is on the line. You know, so if anybody wins this 500, don't mind sending me 100 for a new hard drive. Wink, wink. That would be very grateful. But no, but anyway, guys, that's a big amount of money, so it's gonna be very interesting to see here as this goes. And let's who are we riding on board with now?
That is Nathaniel Dents.
Nathaniel in that number 67. Oof. Oh.
He's the one that had the fast repair in his pocket that used, and yeah, that was a blown motor in the truck he had to tow, I think.
Yeah, he had a tow for sure. Very unfortunate there. He will go a lap down now. So his day,
Chances of winning are
has-
slim.
yeah.
But he's still with us, nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, even if I'm in this, if I was in this race, you know, and I don't care that I'm, you know, 5, 6, 7 laps down, you know, if I'm still able to keep up with the pack, I'm going to keep racing. You know, as we rode on board there with that 4 was it the 4? Your race leader. Yeah, the
44. Your fast
The
qualifier.
44. The 44, the
Alley.
fast qualifier. It looked like he has a little bit of damage on his front, on his hood when we were just on board.
Yeah, he does. From what I could see. I agree that it looked to be a little bit on the driver front there.
Yeah, so it's going to be definitely be very interesting to see what Matthew Lee can do with that damage on the hood of that race truck. You know, aerodynamics here is a absolute factor if you're going to lead the pack. You know, because if you have any sort of damage, especially on the hood, it's going to slow you down. And if you're out in front, you can get all the pushing that you want. It's just
So,
not going to look very
Real
good.
quick, I got a request to play the. Can we see the replay from up front, like the actual wreck?
Let's see here.
No, you guys are asking too much. No, I'm kidding. We love you, chat.
From up front. Let's see.
Yeah, like a front view of the wreck, I think is what they wanted to see.
Okay, so Nathaniel is out. No fast repair left due to damage from contact on the 8 during the green flag pit stops.
Gotcha. Let's see who was trying to figure out who our main accident truck was.
We might not have enough time. They are getting ready to come out of 4, I believe.
I think it was like that the red 55, I think it was. Possibly. Yeah, I think that's the ones that they were talking about because you got the big wreck back here, but then a couple cars wrecked off screen.
Let's see if
Yeah, but unfortunately, you know. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to have enough time. Sorry, fellas.
My apologies. Oh, actually.
Oh. I guess we got plenty of time now.
Right.
They decided otherwise.
Is it the 35 maybe?
Wait, somebody just stopped on the track?
Yeah, the 041 stopped on the track. You're right, Dwayne Drummond. He is meatballed out too. His wheel is wigging the crap out.
Oh, yep.
So
Take a look and see if we can get a.
I got an onboard of his wheel going all over the place. Reason for the caution,
Yeah.
guys. 41 come to stop. His wheel was not part of the program anymore. So hopefully that is not an overheating wheel and just one that disconnected.
Yeah, looked like he had a blown motor as well. Not sure.
Let's find out. I just saw him jump to his box here. Oh, that's okay. So it wasn't just that he straight broke the truck. And the 21
the
was
21
stopped.
stopped.
Yeah, he did. Wow.
What happened to the 21? Why did he stop?
He's driving now. That's weird.
Oh, you know what? I bet you he had to go around, or he had to let those cars go around, and so he stopped.
In a bad place.
In a very, very bad place. If you're gonna
Wow.
If you are going to stop because you need to let the car go by, you guys do it down on the apron.
They wanted to look at Denny
I can't
Barnes for that, right?
I can't stress that enough. You know, even in normal official races, you know, come on.
Okay, so let's
Just-
do this.
Unfortunately for the 21, I think he did get removed from the race.
Yes.
That is definitely going to be the end of his race there.
Yes.
And maybe a question will return as well.
Well, yeah, Devin, you don't stop on a racetrack like that.
Right.
You know, even if you need to let somebody go by, you know, pull off the track. Don't stop on the track.
Irregardless, I think both drivers would be considered at fault there in my eyes, but we are not race control and we don't make decisions. So looks like 44 is going to be leading us back to the green this time, so that's going to be Matt Lee with Joshua on his outside. And we are back green flag racing. 44 out to a wonderful jump. 03 looking to try to get around the 05 as well. Joshua trying to get around Kenneth, and just Kenneth getting an absolute monstrous run on that outside right there after the restart. And unfortunately for the 03, he is going to fade back like Lightning McQueen and fade back very quickly here as they're already looking to go 3 wide. Oh, almost 4 wide.
Yeah, they
Holy
know
crap.
everything. They are going to go 4 wide on the back straightaway now.
Things are getting hairy.
Looks like the 75 just said, hell with this, I'm dropping to the apron.
He's like, y'all are way too much.
Yeah, he's like, yeah.
Ooh, big bad no touch to the 2 from the 53. Almost got the John Ward loose there. Ooh, we getting Man,
that 05
there's-
was so close to wrecking off the 33's front bumper there, but they are going to be side by side as they're coming through the triangle this time. 05 trying to get around the 44 of Matt Lee, but Cameron has other plans as he's giving him the world's best push on that outside line, and the inside line starting to fade back again. The 33 machine doing such a wonderful job. He's also got help from the 77 Alex Hill.
Things are wild out here. They're squeezing the ever-loving crap out of this ketchup bottle trying to get to the end of this race.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's definitely go time as we are just a little over 10 laps to go. I believe about 14 as we cross the line.
This
This
is the last of the toothpaste right here.
Oh, definitely. As
Squeeze the
you know,
arrow.
yes, they're trying to figure out how to get the floss moving as
Balloons
well.
all over the place.
Three
Oh, no,
wide
off
for the.
wall.
Guys,
It's the 14.
settle
It was on the
down.
wall.
Let us catch up.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, on the apron. Calm down, fellas. Calm down. They're all over the place.
Oh.
We got one around, one in the wall. He's flipping.
It's like
Oh man.
there's a lot going on down there.
It's like Caleb McKinney was involved in that incident there in that 66 machine.
Anthony Shore looks to be involved in this.
Quite a few other drivers as well. Alex
So we
Gates,
got-
Danny Barnes, Kevin Allen.
Damn. They're really good. A lot of really good cars in this one here. Alex Gates, he has went ahead and
Oh,
called it a night as well.
back this up to where it actually happened out here. No, we found it.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to want to be on board with the 66 or the 12.
All right, let's see what we got here.
We got a
Little
lot of wrecked
cockpit
race
cam.
cars. That's what we got.
Oh yeah.
That was a questionable move with there being a little over 10 laps left in the race, in my opinion. But
Well, you
I'll
got to
just take
remember,
that
it's
back
go
again.
time. $500 is waiting for you at the checkered flag. So if you're further in the back, it's go time.
sir, does $500 matter if we can't even make it to the end of the race?
It's not going to matter if I'm all the way back here either.
Yeah, a lot of wrecked race cars in that for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Oof. 113, a near miss after the crash. We're on that 76. Let's see if we can find.
No, I'm just messing around with you guys. Yeah, just, it is crunch time, but you still want to be smart about the moves that you make. If you obviously know that there's a car on the inside or outside of you, you guys take it easy,
No, I mean, to be fair, 10 laps to go. You got to get through 20 other cars. It is kind of go time, but we're going to try to re-rack them and stack them here after we see if anyone wants to come down to pit road this time. I'm highly doubting any of the leaders do, as it,
I was trying to re-rack that replay for.
the 33, I believe it was.
This said the
No.
7 of Danny Barnes. I don't know that he was actually on pit road at this point in time. I thought, let me see if I can find the replay.
I see Danny Barnes, Kevin Allen, Alex J. Gates involved as well.
To find that. Using a certain driver for a.
Well, you know what that does, though? I think that allows the 57 to get a lucky dog and get back on the lead lap here, possibly.
All right, let me find it. I need to find now.
Yeah, so if it's not the 33, it might have been another vehicle. It was a red truck.
Let's see. Here's what we need.
Drummond. Yeah, so the 8, is that the triple 8? Yeah. Yeah, so I think this was the original start of that incident.
Yep. The 741 caused that.
Yeah.
This is a few cautions ago that we were asked to go back to show the beginning of that wreck. Sorry guys, it took us forever to get there, but I usually don't have to go back that far, but a lot of stuff going on here. But thanks you for your patience, and hopefully that helps you guys out. So crunch time for sure, 12 laps to go, and what do you know, the fast qualifier in qualifying is leading the race in the 44 out front, and Matt Lee in that 44 Toyota. A lot of I don't want to say relief under this caution, but for a few drivers there is, and a few drivers getting a little more antsy, and there's that many more charging from behind, excuse me, to take a win out from under their belt, maybe.
I will say, if I'm up in the lead, I'm loving these cautions. If I'm in the back, I'm definitely hating them.
Well, it's a matter of a straightaway from the back to the front of Talladega, so it's just a matter of playing your cards right, patience, and hoping that they don't end up 3 wide. I understand to block the lanes up, but if you block the lanes up, the guys in the back know they got to go. 4 wide's coming. I don't know if you guys are seeing this right now. Look at Trevor Aswornath on the bottom of the racetrack. I believe trying to save some fuel on the apron.
I believe he's very close to getting DQ'd, possibly. I heard over the radio, and he's probably trying to stay out of harm's way just to be safe.
He doesn't want to get his hind end whipped.
Yeah, so he last came down on lap 169. So
He should be good.
yeah, he's got a good. Yeah, he should have plenty, unless if he didn't take enough to get him to the end. That's gonna be the only question.
Very true. About to find out here. 1 to green, and they're on the back straightaway. Man, it is snowing like crazy outside.
What snow exactly?
That's
What better way to enjoy the snow than doing a 188 lap broadcast at Talladega Super Speedway?
Yeah, we're supposed to get 6 to 12 inches.
Yeah, I'm up here.
Can't make my joke.
Well, with you just saying that, everybody gets it. I live 20 minutes from Daytona, so we don't see snow here.
Somebody get the code of the ruler or tape measure.
I need a magnifying glass.
Hey! We're going back green flag racing, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get refocused here, as our race leaders are going ready to bring them back to the green flag, and here it comes. Come on, where you at? There you are. Matt Lee, Alex Hill will lead this field to the green flag, as they will run almost side by side for that second spot. Matt Lee, he will jump up once again in front of that number 89 of Alex Hill in the 77. And John Ward, he will attach to the 77 of Alex Hill. And Trevor Aswornoff, he's having a lot of trouble getting anybody to work with him there, as we have another yellow.
I believe that was Aaron Roth. I'm not 100% sure what happened there.
57 involved, maybe. Saw a 32 involved.
Stephen Luttrell's who we need to hop on board with there, bud.
Get down here where things unfolded.
I believe that's a 36 machine there.
Yep, Stephen's a 36. And actually, yeah, looks like you may have had a little incident there. You're watching Luttrell, but he may have sent a little.
It kind of looks like the 113 slid up the track and just absolutely annihilated him there for a minute, and the cars behind him just trying to check up. 22 up in the wall, 32 up in the wall. I mean,
they kind of what's the word for that? They got strong.
He zigged instead of zagged, bud. That's the
Yeah.
best thing to say there.
So, unfortunately, they kind of thought something was happening, and everything went a-okay.
Well,
And
looks like the 32 getting the short end of the stick of that though, as he did get rear-ended and put into the wall. Very hard hit.
there was also that, but I saw somebody disappear. I think we lost somebody in that incident.
Yeah, Kirby Wayne Scott.
Oh man, Wayne Scott
Yeah,
out.
so Wayne
X'd
Scott,
out.
he is out. Alex Gates is out. Troy Thomas just left, and
Shoot.
I think
Yep.
I'm
Troy
showing Terry
Thomas got
Fennel, but I don't
disqualified.
think Fennel was part of this race.
No, I don't think so. He's a spectator, I believe. I see Troy Thomas
Correct.
is done. Alex Gates is out. Kirby Wayne Scott, Anthony Schuer, Alan Carter, Joshua Neal, Kean Fry, Steve Sizemore, Kinsley Smith, Christopher McCullough, Garrett Pick all out of the race.
A lot of
Man.
really good cars out of this race.
Whose picks are still here?
I'm gonna be honest, I done forgot who I picked.
Well, I got Vincent Guerrero in that number 14, who's currently in that 14th spot.
I can tell you who I picked. I believe it was Kirby Wayne Scott is one of them, and
You
then
did?
my main pick was Let me
Connor.
go back. Yeah, probably Connor.
Somebody had Connor Leach.
Look here. Yeah, it was Connor Leach, and both of them, unfortunately, not looking to be in a good position to win this at the moment.
You're better spot than I am, because I picked Troy Thomas, and he is out.
I mean, there is still a possibility. I mean, Connor is still out on the track. I think he might be a lap down, not 100% sure, but you never know.
Let's see, where is on my list here? Connor is on one. He should be on the lead lap. He just on
Yeah,
pit
I'm
road.
trying to double check. Yeah, he is on the lead lap, so I mean, he still has a shot to win this. I mean, we're really coming down to crunch time now. We're gonna have about, I believe, 7 laps to go.
I don't know which
Why don't
crunch
we go
time
back
we're
green here?
which crunch time we're really in. I don't know if it's crunch time is time to go, or crunch time is they're about to crunch their way out of the race.
Crunch time to get in the front and hope you don't die in the process. That's what it is.
Let's see, I'd hate to know what some of the X counts are out there. There's got to be some pretty high ones right now. 188 laps and 25X is quite a lot there when it comes down to X counts, and you know, it doesn't take long to add up on a draft track.
I keep getting told we're sleeping on Mr. Bonner.
That is true. That number 53, he's up to that 10th spot after going a lap down earlier on in this race. So, yeah, definitely don't count out Joe Bonner there in that 53.
I wonder if I would have made it another full race in VR. Got a headache last night after a league race at Charlotte. That was 200 laps. Man, I've never really tried VR on this game, but I'm sure it would be amazing, as I believe we are going to do another lap here.
Yep, sure are. Lights are still on the pace truck.
Yep. And Mr. Brandon Biddy, you asked if you would ever have made it in the full race in VR. You got a headache after just 200 laps at Charlotte. I can tell you that I have done many full-length races in VR. Won the Daytona 500 in VR. I've won the Brickyard 400 twice in VR. Finished second at the Coke 600 in VR. I absolutely love racing in VR.
You know, have y'all ever seen that meme where it's like, they asked me what I'd do if I never didn't win or something like that, and he's like, I guess we'll never know.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
Brandon Biddy, you know, you could have gotten this race and raced in VR, but I guess we'll never know.
There you go.
I'm sorry, I had to. I had to give him a little bit of a hard time. He had a very rough go of it in the heat race, and I believe the LCQ.
You're using the PSVR 2. Yeah, I started off with the original Oculus and then went to the Oculus Quest 2. Um, I'm actually thinking about trying to fire it up again, but I think before I do that, I need to get out. I started having trouble with my VR last year, or maybe 2 years ago. I wonder if my hard drive has something to do with it.
That might be. It might have started going out then.
Mm.
Alrighty, folks. I think it's about time to get back to some green flag action here at Talladega Superspeedway to finish out the Frostbite 500
Not to kick your
presented
topic
by
here.
Racers Elite Network. Would you
What's
say
the-
they were on?
What's the comfortability level of the Oculuses with some of those glasses? I mean, I know Mike does too, but I never really.
You can buy an attachment for it because I do wear glasses.
That's why I
And
asked.
it works phenomenal. Or you can spend about $75
44 is going to
on.
be leading us back to the green this time.
Yep.
Sorry to cut y'all off here, but we
I
are
was
about to
gonna
be in the
go to the
restart
restart
zone.
zone.
We are back green flag racing.
Ooh,
44 with a good jump on that inside.
That was
Two's
a
going to be
little
trying to
ballsy.
follow him through here. And it looks like the 77 is going to be able to hold off the 2, and the 44 is going to hop up there and work together with Alex Hills. He's been doing most of the race here. 44 has really been trying to get to the middle as soon as possible, as well as you see the 05 getting up there. I believe the 78 trying to hop up there as soon as possible as well. We got that 888 up there, and it's about to be a wild ride here. So buckle in, strap up, and make sure your belts are tight here as we're in the final laps of this
crap.
race.
Oh, yeah, that's
And we
happening.
already got an issue. It looks like the 89 gets up
Oh.
into the 8, loses it, and gets the 78
It is
around,
the
I
8 this
believe.
time. It's not the triple 8. It is the 8 this time. And oh no, one of the elves just got smashed.
Oh no!
Oh no, Greg McConey just getting.
That truck looks untouched, but he just took a well to the right rear.
Oh,
Look at the replay here. At the last second, up to 16 come through here. Gets sideways up the racetrack and goes in the wall, bang.
Oh.
That's the 113, I think.
well, anyways, on this episode of iPacing, our sponsor Depends is looking for another plug here. So if you're ever feeling down, or if it ever, nah, I can't say that. I gotta keep it PG-13. Trying to think of a good plug here. I was gonna say if it ever feels wet when it comes out, but I guess that'd be the wrong way to go about it. If you're ever on iRacing and get a code brown moment, Depends is where it is at, as you will be able to finish your race without having to go change clothes right away. Depends for everyday usage. It doesn't matter if you're an adult, you're a child, or you're a teenager. Depends comes in handy everywhere.
Well, in the words of Charlie Medford, you can't park there.
Yeah.
That's what I got to say about that.
Who was?
So Matt Lee's got to be absolutely loving this right now. As you know, he's been able to maintain the lead through all this, and if it comes down to the Green-White-Checkered, he's going to be sitting in a very good spot. But I do believe we might have a natural Green-White-Checkered this time, if I am correct.
Yeah, that's very well possible, and
Come on, I think.
that means we're gonna. I think it's about to get good, guys.
Yeah, if we can make it around for the white flag, it's definitely going to be very interesting. But hopefully this race does not end under caution, as I would like to see it be able to run to the end.
They've got their green white checkers, so let's see.
If you thought the aggression's been high up till now, you've absolutely seen nothing. These drivers are about to put the aggression all the way to 10. They're not lifting. They're going to be matted to the floor, and we're going to see some hard racing action here, probably possibly 3 to 4 wide if we are able to make it all the way around the track.
Little Miss
Yeah,
Cupcake
definitely.
out there is wondering how many Racer Elite regulars are left.
Let's see.
One,
Joe Bonner back in the 10th. Aaron Roth 13th.
Stephen Luttrell,
Stephen Luttrell in the 36. He's back in 16th.
Puffenbarger, I think.
17th is Puffenbarger. Yep. Brandon Sanfilippo, he's
in the pits,
down on
but
pit
he's
road at the moment,
but
but I think he's going to be out,
he's gonna be
from
lap
a
down.
chance to win.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those drivers, Puffenbarger, Luttrell, Roth, Bonner, those are our 4 regulars that are still in this race. But everybody else is pretty much done for the day. So definitely not a good day here for the for the Racers Elite Network drivers. But all in all, guys, we have a really fun race today, and we're about to see the best of it right now.
Very good reputational race too. A lot of great viewers out there as well. And you never know. I mean, this is Talladega. We've watched a lot of drivers get eliminated here in the last like 15, 20 laps. And it's gonna come down to the last lap here for sure. We've been seeing them try to go 3-4 wide all, and the 2 up front, they may be a strong aggressive team. I've been watching the 44 on the restart stick his right rear quarter all the way up against the guy on the outside, trying to get that little bit of a jump there and try to get him to slow down and back off just enough where he can get in front of him. So we'll see if he continues that and see how it plays out. But something I've been watching here on these restarts.
Yeah, definitely. Certain things here to watch as we get ready to go back green flag, as these drivers gonna go ahead and double it up now, up here in turns 1 and 2, and
I'm kind of wondering
Matt,
if the Wi-Fi hustler's still out there. McDonald's is still letting him pedal their Wi-Fi. I haven't heard or seen anything out of him in the chat in a while, so just doing a welfare check on the Matt Metler.
I'm trying to look here.
So Brandon Biddy's got it on the 44 to win this race. Most of the top 10, most of the top 10 are your normal money racers, but let me tell you what, these guys know how to get the job done here at Talladega for these money races. So it's going to be very interesting to see here for the final 2 laps. And normally I get all excited and take over, so I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic here, and I'm going to let somebody else take it to the end.
Oh gosh. Well, Ron, you want to rock, paper, scissors for it?
I ain't gonna fight you for it. You got it, brother.
Oh god, I don't know if y'all want me calling it. I'm probably gonna be spitting and stuttering the whole time.
All right, fine, I'll do it.
No.
You talked me into it.
I got it.
Yeah, you better.
Well,
If this ending sucks, it's all because of Dakota.
Mike, just go ahead and do it. This man's always gotta steal the spotlight.
No, take it, Dakota. I'm muted.
I've already had plenty of races to call, man. I really don't care. But it looks like the 44 is going to be taking us back to the restart zone this time. We're going to be making that long trip, hopefully for the last time, as we're going to have a natural green-white-checkered. The outside of Alex Hill and that 77 machine going to be fighting very hard on this restart, I got a feeling. All right, we are going for lag. We're racing 33, getting a really good restart in that P3 spot, getting all over the back of the 44, trying to get a jump out here on the 77, but the 44 is going to opt to hop up to the outside lane, and we are side by side, almost 3 wide, near the middle of the pack at the moment. But our focus is going to be on the leaders here, and it looks like we got a 3-car breakaway at the moment, but that outside line is making a hard charge to get caught back up. That is going to allow for the 33 to hop up to the high side here of Cameron. So we've got Matt, Alex, Chase, and Cameron in the top 4 at the moment.
Tight battle with 2 laps to go on that restart. So going to be the 44 of Matt Lee with the race lead. Alex still hanging on the second. Chase Mastretta, one of the drivers that has caused a little bit of mayhem here throughout the course of this event. Not to highlight that by any means, is having a great race in 3rd. And he's looking to keep himself in position to win this race. So we'll see if he's able to do so.
Yeah, that outside lane definitely got themselves all broken up. A little bit near there.
No more cautions.
Yeah, so we're definitely white flag. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. It is now racing back to the finish here, as these drivers will climb up through turns 1 and 2 for the final time. Who is going to make the move on Matt Lee and Alex Hill? Will it be Hill make a move, or will it be somebody else? We have one car diving down to the inside.
Yeah, and it looks like everyone's going to be waiting until we come out of turn 3 and 4 this time. I know there's a lot of teammates up here working together. And the 77's all over the back bumper. The 44s are going to stay there as they're coming to the 3 and 4 this time. You got the 8, the 33 getting into the back of the gate. 8 getting a little bit loose. It's going to allow for the 33 to get to the outside. The 05 going behind the 33. 33 is getting up into the wall. Hard shove from the 05. And that's going to allow for the top 2 to drive away here and potentially get for the win. So it's going to be between the 77 and the 44s. They're wrecking behind them. 77's to the outside of the 44s. They're coming to the line this time. It is an absolute drag race, and it looks like the 77's going to be able to get around the 44 and take the win.
Alex
Hill takes the win at the line. A lot of trucks torn up at the finish of this race, and they are still wrecking, ladies and gentlemen.
And the 77 is drifting down the backstretch. And he sure has to be happy right now as he, pending any penalties or anything, the race, the ending of the race has to be reviewed first before we can fully verify. But Alex Hill, winning tonight's event and going to be bringing home a little bit of moolah, making his pockets a little heavier here.
Yeah, absolutely. It was one hell of a finish. That run coming out of turn number 4, third on back, they kind of got a little jumbled, mumbled there. And then, Alex Hill was like, you know what? This is mine. He used the draft just right. And guess what? He brought it home at the line.
And look at that reverse entry as he's definitely burning it down right now on the front stretch.
That's some serious steering quicker on that box.
Oh, yeah.
He whipped that thing
Anyways,
hard.
Fellas, I'm going to let y'all take over for interviews here, and I'm going to go ahead and take my leave as I've been here most of the day. I appreciate y'all taking time and hopping in the booth with me, and I appreciate you for producing tonight. And Mike, I will see you possibly tomorrow.
Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, the king of chaos, Dakota LaRue. Thank you so much for all of your hard work here today on the Racers Elite Network. Being with us since this event started earlier this afternoon. So congratulations on your big run, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
And we're going to give him the count of 3 to get these dirty, rotten, filthy. Sorry, we're getting close to Christmas. I got to have a Home Alone reference.
Go ahead and give our winner my congratulations, by the way. And y'all have a good night.
You too, buddy.
Absolutely.
Thanks
and
for
before we
us.
go, so before we get to our winners of talk with our race winners, I should say, let's go ahead and take a look here at our final results for the evening.
Alrighty, so looks like Alex Hill's going to take home the race win. Matt Lee's second. We'll talk to those two, as well as Chase Mastretta and third, as long as they're willing to join us. Cameron Craighead picking up the 4th spot. Kenneth McCullough Jr. 5th. Joshua McCullough 6th. So two of the McCulloughs are going to finish 5th and 6th there, one behind the other. So great run for them. As Aaron Ross picks up the 7th spot. Great run for him as well. Bring that number 57 HT Motorsports car to truck to 7th. Joe Bonner picks up 8th. Vincent Guerrero picks up the 9th spot. Rounding out your top 10 is Caleb McKinney. You want to travel from there, Mike?
Yeah, Blair Holloman, he will bring it home 11th, followed by Greg McConey. Brandon Puffenbarger will bring it home 13th. Stephen Luttrell, he'll bring it home 14th. Corey Crowell, he will bring it home 15th. 16th is going to be Evan Carl Bond. 17th is going to be Connor Leach. Brandon Sanfilippo, he will bring it home in that 13th spot. Stephen Luttrell, 14th. I'm sorry, I kind of went up a little bit. I'm sorry. John Ward, 19th. Kevin Allen, 20th. 21st is going to be Austin Smith, 22nd. Dustin Logston. Trevor Oswornoff in the 89 will bring home 23rd. Danny Barnes, 24th. 25th is Sean English. 26th, James Waring. 27, Troy Thomas. 28th is going to be Alex Gates. 29th, Kirby Wayne Scott. Dwayne Drummond in 30th. Anthony, was it Shower?
I said Shore, but
Shower, something like that. Nathaniel Dance, Alan Carter, Joshua Neal, Kean Fry will round out your top 35. And rounding out your field today is going to be Steve Sizemore, Kensley Smith, Christopher McConaughey, Garrett Pick, and then not sure what happened with Andrew Teff, why he didn't start off the
I think
race
it was
here,
race
but
control.
okay, yeah,
He
so
was in
he
most
had
of
to
the
go up
race.
and help race control. Okay. Yeah, so really good, strong racing today that we got to see, ladies and gentlemen. Very strong finish here. And let's go ahead and bring up our top three. And let's start off with
Count
third
them all.
place finisher of Chase Mistretta. Chase Mistretta, this is Mike and Ron up in the booth. You got a copy?
How you doing, boss?
Doing pretty good, brother. What an incredible run for you today in that 888 machine. I know that you've had some up and downs throughout the entire race, but man, that last stretch of cautions there kind of wreaked havoc a little bit on you, but you were able to sneak your way through the last couple there on the final lap. Tell us about your race, and did you think you would have anything for Alex Hill and Matt Lee at the for this race win?
To be honest with you, I wasn't really going for the win. I was just going for the top three. That's my two teammates in front of me, so I'm good with them going 1-2, and then me third. So it couldn't be a better night.
Yeah, definitely. So top three for teammates. So, I mean that's all around. That's a really good day for you guys' team. How was your experience throughout this whole entire race, and what was it like driving 500 miles in a truck?
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know what I signed up for. I found out today this was 188 laps. So I wasn't prepared for this at all. Thank God I didn't have to run that LCQ, or that just would have been more laps to run. I'm tired. I'm ready to go make some food, get something to drink. We might even DoorDash something tonight.
Heck yeah, it definitely sounds like a good day. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you go since you have had a long day. I mean, we started at about 3 o'clock Eastern today. So go ahead and give out your final shout outs before we let you go today. Congratulations on your third place.
Shout out to all the Jack Shack boys. Shout out to the Nightmare boys. Also, Lee, Vince, Alex, Trev, Evan. We had so many damn people in this race tonight. I don't know who I'm missing at the moment, but we pretty much dominated this race from start to finish like we expected to, and it's a good payday at the end of the night. Thank y'all for broadcasting. Now I have something to go watch for the next 3 or 4 hours, however long that took. And thank you to Andrew. Yeah, Andrew, for putting this on. It was fun. I liked how it was all in one day. We got in here and got it done with. We didn't stretch it over the weekend and have to wait several days. So it was nice.
Yeah, definitely. Before we let you go, Ron, is there anybody that, or is there any questions you would like to ask Chase?
Just what his key was to getting the podium here tonight. What do you think your key factor was to getting into the third place in tonight's main event?
Snatching right rears and being ruthless. Everybody talks about riding in line and all this and that and taking it easy. You want to win, be in the front. That's how you win.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, you gotta be in the right place, right time, and you obviously were trying to make things happen, and you were chasing it and just kind of
Yeah,
sitting
it
around
was
time.
crazy. I mean, I was leading the pack for 30 laps as a lap car, just praying that caution came out then, and it never did. And luckily, well, unfortunately, I caused the wreck, so I ended up getting the EOL, but that put me back on the same pit strategy as everybody. And that was really the factor that helped me out, was that, unfortunately, the wreck I caused, as they said. I think we were just 4 wide and somebody came across my nose, but
It's Talladega. Hard racing happens, and especially when $500 on the line, stuff's gonna happen. So,
oh yeah, for
just
sure.
you just
Like,
gotta take what you think
it,
happened. And everybody's like the biggest thing I got when it comes down to. I'm not knocking race control. I'm giving them props for this because everybody's view of what happened is different. So whatever happens, what race control sees is what's getting dished out, regardless of what you saw and how
Yep.
you feel happened.
yeah, I mean, like, it's easier to win the race or cash when you're up there, and you don't have to fight your way up there. All you're doing is defending. Because that last lap, I mean, I defended Craighead, and then Josh was trying to go around me, so I blocked Josh, and eventually he just pushed me. So It's easier to defend than to fight.
That's very true, and you definitely made that very well known. And picking up a third place finish tonight. Congratulations on the podium.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good night.
You as well, ladies and gentlemen, driver of that Triple Eight machine, Chase Mistretta. Let's go ahead and bring up the man that just fell short of Matt Lee. Matt, this is Mike and Ron up in the booth. Got a copy.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh man, Matt, what an awesome wicked day for you here at Talladega. A lot of oh man, what are the words I want to describe your day? Just very
Yeah,
interesting for you.
very
Tell
up
us
and
about
down.
your day. Tell us about your
Yeah,
day and what could you've done different there to keep uh Hill behind you.
yeah. Me and Alex were together there, and I knew the two of us had broken away, and yeah, we were just gonna race it out to the finish line there. He made the move on me. I wasn't gonna do anything egregious like just like the heat race there or the LCQ. I mean, I was second place. Probably gonna split it between the two of us anyways. It's just yep. So didn't make a big block on him. We really executed a good race. Pretty uneventful compared to the first heat race and the beginning of the LCQ. So just tried to step in front,
Yeah, for
execute those
sure.
pit stops, which yeah, we lost a lot of guys, on those green flag pit stops just by not making mistakes and yeah.
Yeah. Well, I could definitely hear the tiredness in your voice, Matt. So go ahead and give out your shout out, and then we'll go ahead and let you go for the day.
Yeah, just a shout out to Chase, Alex, um, Cameron was working with us there, Josh. Uh, there's a bunch of guys there that were all working together, just pit stop in, pit stop out. Um, um, yeah, you guys doing the broadcast, really long day. You guys putting this event on, a lot of fun.
Yep, absolutely, definitely a lot of fun. Congratulations, Matt, on your second place, and you go get some rest, and hopefully we'll catch you at probably one of our next ones.
You got some
Appreciate it.
fast qualifiers as well.
Yes, definitely
Oh,
very
I did?
fast qualifying as well. Yeah,
Okay, cool, awesome, appreciate it.
It's been a
awesome.
long day. He
So,
didn't
like,
even, he's don't even know anymore. I
Yeah,
understand. It
yeah,
was a long
right.
race,
yeah, it
buddy.
just
Yeah.
really is a lot of laps today. I mean, I
Yes,
don't know how
sir.
many after the heat race and the LCQ. It here we are.
Yeah, for sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Matt Lee, driver of that number 44 Toyota. Congratulations again on your second place, and we'll see you next time, buddy.
Wait, man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and bring up the man of the hour, Alex Hill, that driver of that number 77 machine. Alex, this is Mike and Ron up in the booth. Got a copy.
Yeah, I got you guys.
Man, what a last lap pass there on Matt Lee to take home the win here. I know that you guys are teammates and everything, so I know it was going to be an easy win for one of you guys at this final lap. So, throughout the whole race, just tell us about your day and what did it take for you to stay up front all day.
Yeah, I was struggled really on, I think, because I got out front. I was out front too much, and it ended up biting me in the butt because I didn't save enough fuel, and then I ran out coming to pit road. So I ran out. That was probably the biggest bit of adversity I had to go through this race. Ran out of fuel, lost the main draft, was like 5 seconds back, and we got that lucky caution after that very long green flag run, and we just stuck it up to the front. We got involved in a wreck a little later on, but we had a fast repair and managed to bounce back.
Yeah, I think we were actually watching you when you got came down pit road to get that uh, vehicle repaired. So, but I mean, you worked your way up through the field after that, and come home first. And what does it mean for you to have such a very long day like this, and you come home with the $500 in your pocket? How does it feel?
I mean, it feels great. That's an extra $500 for us in the team. But no, I mean, I can't thank my teammates enough. Matt, I know he was working with us tonight. Chase, obviously. Trev, he did a well of a job tonight. Got involved in a couple incidents. Connor, I know he got involved in a couple incidents. So it was the race was mainly attrition and just surviving the incident, staying up front and just doing all you can as a leader.
Definitely. And before I forget, Dakota LaRue, who was the main commentator of the day, he just wanted to send you his congratulations. And Ron, do you have any questions for Alex?
Well, not really, man. It come down to time and awareness and being in the right place at the right time and having the room to make the move and to be able to put the truck in position to take the race win and get that position from Matt, who was our fast qualifier. So that kind of just makes the whole event. I mean, it was a great race down to the last lap, down to the line. Fantastic race.
Absolutely. But yeah, so Sean, I think we already did shout outs. You pretty much ready to shout out all your teammates. Is there anybody else you want to shout out before we let you go?
Yeah, big shout out to Andrew for putting this thing on. I know y'all have broadcasted all night. I know y'all are tired. Y'all are probably ready to get up out of here. I am too. But shout out to him. Shout out to y'all. Y'all are the best.
Absolutely, I appreciate it, Alex. Well, congratulations on your victory here at Talladega Super Speedway for the Frostbite 500, and we'll see you at the next one if we end up holding another one.
Yes, sir. I'll be there.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, your race winner, Alex Hill, driver of that number 77 Chevrolet. All around, Ron, what are your final thoughts on tonight's race before we wrap this up and get on out of here?
Well, it come down to we had 80 drivers, and we eliminated half the field, a little over, coming into this after the LCQ, and we had some really great racing. We had some points where some people got a little over aggressive, and you live and learn. And to watch some of these guys drive the way they did and put on such a fantastic show, 3, 4 wide, and not have any incidents was pretty amazing and a great takeaway. And congrats to Alex Hill on picking up the win. Matt Lee for finishing second after a strong showing in qualifying, and Chase Mastretta picking up the podium after he had said he'd been involved in those cautions, and maybe it may have been at fault, may not have. It comes down to the technical specs of things and what others see, and it may not be what it was, but it's something we'll never know. It's the magic of the elves that make iRacing what it is behind the scenes.
Definitely, and we just had a phenomenal day of racing here at Talladega. A lot of good, like you said, good side by side, 3 wide, 4 wide racing throughout all of the races here today. Um, Congratulations to all of our race winners over in the first two heats in our LCQ race. And, big shout out to Alex Hill for coming home with the win here today. And, well, Ron, I'm going to go ahead and throw it back over to you. Let's go ahead and get this thing closed out. Let's go ahead and take it home.
Yeah, once again, I want to throw all the recognition and thanks to Andrew Teft and all the sponsors here at Racers Elite Network to make all this possible, and all the drivers that threw money into the ring to bring the purse and the cash prize tonight of $500 to a proper amount that now is finding its way home with Alex Hill. And I want to thank all the viewers for tuning in and chatting with us, and Andrew Tuft once again for manning the chat and throwing some polls up for us to carry along the broadcast and kind of being the third man or fourth man in the ring since we had three in the booth. Also thank Dakota for his efforts today, and Mike for joining us, me to join you guys and be able to put this broadcast out there on the air for everybody. Um, Especially 4 hour broadcast, a great race, great show. The drivers for doing everything they did tonight, and not racing for what they did. So I think that'll do it. And as far as the Frostbite 500 for 2025 is in the books, we'll look forward to more exciting racing throughout the rest of December here with the Racers Elite Network. Keep checking back on the channel here. We got races coming up, weekly stuff still yet. I know there's some other things coming up as well, so please stay tuned, and If you don't check back in because you follow the money racers, we're sorry to see you go for the time being, but we look forward to seeing you back here on Racers Elite Network, and we will catch you next time.